Down Atlanta. We'll have more news at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
It was a Cat 4.
we're at our best.
The rain is the biggest impact for Metro Atlanta.
Stay prepared for whatever Mother Nature has in store.
There's going to be a cresting of rivers and streams.
Check in often for updates.
Georgia home improvement stores vowing to be open as soon as it's safe for their workers to get to work.
With your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
We've been doing water rescues all night. And with this one, the vehicle was traveling in through
Swift
the
water rescues continue in northwest Atlanta. Our continuing coverage of Helene continues in 2 minutes on 95.5 WSB.
When you're looking for leading cardiac treatment, look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with 5 emergency cardiac care centers, so we're here when you need us most. We lead with more than 55 locations in Georgia. That means we're always in the heart of your neighborhood. We lead with clarity, because clear direction is better when it comes to understanding every step of your treatment. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
Is your old AC unit on its last legs during the sweltering heat? Well, I got great news for you. It's Mark Aram back from my friends at Reliable Air. Check out this amazing offer. Free AC until 2025. That's right. Get a new system and make no payments until next year. Next day installation guaranteed and an unmatched lifetime warranty. Amazing. Limited time offer with a lifetime warranty. All you got to do is call 770-817-3760 or visit reliableair.com and book a free consultation.
When it rains, it pours. It's not a matter of if it's going to storm, it's when. Hi, this is Candace with Excavations, and have I got a tip for you. There are only a few things you can be certain of living in Georgia. The weather is absolutely uncertain. Storms are coming, and with that, the storm chasers blew in. You know, the ones that show up, canvass your neighborhood for a free inspection, make deals that are too good to be true, tell you all the neighbors are doing it, and then once they're done, they're gone like the wind. Everyone says they offer a lifetime warranty, but it only lasts as long as the company's in town. At Excavations, we will install your roof on time, on budget, and without all that stress that you usually hear about in construction, which means we stand behind our warranties. We provide you with written documentation, and we will be here to weather the next storm. So let it rain. We've got you covered. Visit exovations.com to schedule your free consultation today.
With MSC Cruises, discover big on a mini getaway or treat yourself to a week-long vacation. For a limited time, book now and cruise from $249. Plus, kids sail free. Sail to the turquoise waters of the Bahamas with stops at Ocean Key, MSC's private island marine reserve, or experience the beauty of the Caribbean and more destinations. MSC Cruises, for a greater beauty. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Price based on per person and includes taxes and fees. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another all-new weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
You could win a chance to ride in a race car with a professional driver at Road Atlanta. Go behind the scenes of the Matul Petit Le Mans. Walk inside the paddocks, meet the teams, and feel what it's like to race on the track. Visit WSBRadio.com for rules and to enter for your chance to win.
Even though the storm has passed, the roads are still dangerous. Due to flooding, debris, and potential down power lines, please just do not risk going anywhere that you cannot see what's going on the roadway.
That's Kevin Guthrie, director of the Florida Emergency Management. Cat 4 when Helene hit Florida. It was a Cat 2 when it hit Georgia. It's now wreaking havoc in the Carolinas. Welcome to this special continuing coverage of Helene and its aftermath. Mark Aram and Eric Erickson live with you until 3 p.m. Our coverage, though, will continue throughout the day and the overnight hours here on 95.5 WSB. Eric, we're joined live now. We've checked in with Midtown, with me, with Macon, with you. Let's go up to Swanee. Joining us live on the show is WSB's Scott Slade. Scott, good morning. How you guys holding up?
Hey, Mark, very well. In fact, I feel doubly blessed. I don't have any damage and the power stayed on. I mean, that's amazing. It's just amazing. A few limbs down, a lot of leaves. Swanee Creek has come out of its banks, but it tends to do that whenever you have more than 3 or 4 inches of rain. Let me check once again here because I've actually got a rain gauge here.
I knew you did.
Yeah, of course. I've had 11 inches of rain.
Wow.
Since Wednesday.
What was the last time? I mean, was it the flood of '09? Was the last time you had that much rain?
Oh, gosh. I don't even know. Well, I had 8 or 9 inches during, what was it, July? We had those 3 days of just torrential rain. It just didn't quit. So, yeah, I had quite a bit then. But, no, I think this is a new record, at least for my rain gauge.
Scott, you're the unofficial historian of WSB Radio. We had Christina Edwards on telling us that Helene went into South Georgia as a Category 2. We just had the governor on. Can you remember in your long career where there was a Cat 2 hurricane in inland Georgia?
No, I really can't. And, and I'm sure Governor Kemp alluded to Hurricane Michael a couple of years ago, the number it did on Georgia agriculture, and this could very, very well be worse. Gosh, it takes those pecan trees 7 or 8 years just to mature enough to produce for these farmers, and they just replanted them, 3 or 4 years ago? It's just, we are so lucky here for the most part here in Metro Atlanta. And from what I'm seeing, and I'm sure Christina's talked about this, the storm track actually wound up bumping a little bit further to the east.
Yes, thank
helped
goodness.
us,
Spared
right?
me for sure.
Yeah, we had that wobble. We thought there might be a wobble. Saved Eric there for sure. And listen, I mean, I think this number, unfortunately, is going to rise. 6 dead in Georgia, and we're still under flood warnings. We still have trees that are going to be coming down and wires that are coming down. Scott, you're so involved in the Georgia agriculture community. What crops aside from pecans, would still be vulnerable at this point of the season?
Oh, the row crops. And I think Governor Kemp alluded to this earlier. It's got kind of the worst possible time. When it gets to be harvest time, I don't know what they pulled out of the ground already. Obviously, the Vidalia onions came up in April and May, right? Mm-hmm. But the row crops like soybeans and peanuts and even some of the forage crops like silage, corn, that sort of thing. That's going to be a mess. It's going to take a few days just to assess how bad it is. And, maybe they'll find some good news and all that, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
Eric, what happens? Because I asked the governor this. We expect federal help when it comes to hurricane cleanup in general. But is there special ag help that can come and help Georgia farmers?
Yeah, so they get generalized help from the federal government, essentially valuing crops lost. But then typically what happens is Congress passes supplemental legislation. The problem here, for everybody to understand, is the speed of the help is so slow. Honestly, I mean, to put this in perspective for you, when Michael came through, the number of suicides in the farm community in South Georgia spiked by more than 100% after that hurricane. The number of people who lost everything, and it took 2 years for federal help, and people were committing suicide. They lost so much hope in getting things done. Hopefully, they've sped this process up by this time to be able to figure out how to get the money. It was absolutely brutal after Michael down there for so many families losing loved ones out of despair. And so in addition to just the crop losses, you have the human toll of it. You've got equipment damage, you've got barn damage, and the federal government drags its feet in trying to assess that stuff.
And alluding to that, that's one of the reasons that Georgia supercharged their 988 crisis line system. The number of suicides in rural Georgia, Eric, you're absolutely right, wound up peaking after Michael. And quite often, these farmers have to take out loans to be able to just get the crop in the ground and cover their expenses and whatnot. And they take out loans against the crop. And when the crop is gone, it's like, well, they're still stuck with the balance. And that's brutal.
Scott, what kind of an economic impact the loss will be for the Georgia farmers? The fact that these crops could get completely wiped out.
I can't even guess.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, it could be what agriculture is Georgia's biggest industry, Eric, and that's about a 7 or 8 billion with a B dollar influx each year.
Yeah, and so, right now we actually are headed towards harvest season for the peanuts, the pecans, or pecans and the cotton down in South Georgia. In fact, I was driving down 75 a couple weeks ago, and you could see the white from the cotton out, and they were just getting ready to pull it from the fields when this thing blew through.
Mark Aram, Scott Slade, Eric Erickson live here on WSB Radio. Georgia Power, Scott saying 730,000 customers still affected. Large outages in Savannah, Augusta, Milledgeville, and here in Metro Atlanta. Not too bad in Gwinnett County, which is good for you. You still have your power. You've been down this road many times before. Obviously, the crews, the linemen out there are going to be doing their best. But with that big a number, 730,000, just Georgia Powers, not even the EMCs, what do you think the progress is going to look like getting power back to all those folks?
Well, what they usually do, they triage this just like you would for an emergency medical situation. Okay, what can we do to get the most people back on now? And so the folks, unfortunately, if you've got spotty outages, wind up at the end of the line, usually. They're going to want to be able to do the service work that gets thousands of people back on at one time. And luckily, with the new smart grid system, which you probably have heard about during the past few hours, they not only know where the power outages are without you having to call, but they are also able to do some switching and some circuit breaker type work, as I understand it, and get more people back on. You know, the breakers that trip, like, you know, when a limb hits a power line and that sort of thing, they'll go out and look, but then they'll be able to go, well, okay, we're able to get this whole area back on again. Hit the button, you know. So it could be days. It could be. I think the worst power outage length of time I had was back during one of the winter storms several years ago, and I think mine was off like 3.5, 4 days, something like that. But that's because I'm at the end of one of the lines, and generally speaking, we have to wait and then to bring a pole in from someplace else and put it in to get back on again. But yeah,
this is an appropriate time, by the way, to say if there's any advertiser that wants to do an advertisement with me for a home generator, I am willing to talk.
Are you lusting after one now?
I think so. You know, ours was out last night. In fact, our neighborhood actually is pretty responsive because we have a memory care facility right outside the neighborhood, so Georgia Power can get it on. But there were so many trees down off the main road. They had actually come through 3 weeks ago. My wife and I thought it was very fortunate before the hurricane was a thing, trimmed all the trees because of the power situation, and still we had some massive oak trees that blew down.
Eric, will they be able to install the generator even though you have that moat around the castle?
I'm hoping so.
All right, Scott Slade, I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad the family's got power. As always, we appreciate your insight. I know you're working your decades of sources to get us some new information on what the cleanup's going to look like across North Georgia. So, as always, we humbly appreciate your time. Thank you so much, my friend.
Of course. I just hope these wind gusts don't get much worse, and pray for those people on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. This thing's going to get up there and stall for several days. They're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, the track of Helene is not even close to being over. We're going to take an extended break here. Sabrina's going to get you caught up to date with news, weather, and traffic. We certainly will take any calls or questions you might have. We've got a litany of experts going to be joining us live as well. But if you have any questions or comments, 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. Eric and I are both active on social medias. We're going to be live with you till 3. We're going to check in with Georgia Power, Home Fix-It expert Dave Baker. Jonathan O'Brien's been covering it. When we come back, though, we're going to see how Clark Howard's holding up. That's coming up next.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman of the Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, whether we want to be or not, we are all wrapped up with this presidential election. But what, if any, effect should that have on our current and future financial planning?
You got to go back to your plan. Your plan is very individualized. We will create something around what works for you and your family and your needs. And we'll cover and we'll check the boxes on the Democrats, the Republicans, the tax changes, Social Security impact, etc. We are watching all of those metrics and those topics extremely close so that you don't have to. So tamp down your political belief and let us just present to you a full financial plan. And yes, for the next 4 years, 8 years, 20 years of your life, we're going to have to move around as tax brackets change, as Social Security payments may be impacted. Nobody has pensions anymore, so as pensions kind of wane and fall away, we need something to replace them. But there are some things that we certainly pay attention to on the political landscape, but that political landscape is one piece of many. So there are many metrics we're looking at. The election's a heated topic and very interesting to talk about, but it has to have its proper place. It does not take front and center in our decisions to invest or our plans. That's having a vision for if this goes this way or this way, we need to be prepared for either scenario. That's where the Replace My Paycheck Challenge and having a deep income discussion with our advisory team could serve everybody very well.
Go ahead. Take the Replace My Paycheck Challenge today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Blake Cooper here for Century-Old Cooper Piano. We just swept up the inventory of a piano dealer that closed. Steinway, Yamaha, Baldwin, they're all here. Save thousands at Cooper Piano's dealer liquidation sale under the giant neon piano on the I-85 Access Road South between Claremont and North Druid Hills. CooperPiano.com.
Shane Company has been servicing Atlanta for nearly 50 years, and we know exactly how to help you find your dream engagement ring, no matter your budget, and we'll protect it with a free lifetime warranty. Come visit us in Duluth, Alpharetta, or Kennesaw. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
With MSC Cruises, discover big on a mini getaway or treat yourself to a week-long vacation. For a limited time, book now and cruise from $249. Plus, kids sail free. Sail to the turquoise waters of the Bahamas with stops at Ocean Key, MSC's private island marine reserve, or experience the beauty of the Caribbean and more destinations. MSC Cruises, for a greater beauty. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Price based on per person and includes taxes and fees. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
News news,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It is 11 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Hurricane Helene bringing deadly flooding to Georgia. The unofficial death toll this morning here in Georgia is 6, but that could go higher as the day goes on. We are currently under a flash flood emergency. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards in the studio with me live. The rain has stopped, so why is the emergency still there?
Great question, but the reason is because we have received so much heavy rain, almost 20 inches of rainfall in some locations here since midnight Wednesday, that this flood water is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. So therefore, there's still a threat of blocked roadways because of the floodwaters, and that could also mean that more water rescues are an issue for this morning and into this afternoon. So the flash flood emergencies continue through the 1 o'clock hour for mainly Fulton County and extending up into eastern Gwinnett County.
All right, thanks, Christina. Governor Kemp has authorized an additional 1,000 National Guard troops to help out.
It didn't take us long to figure out we're going to need more resources with the amount of damage, especially in South Georgia. So the folks we're calling up now will be doing more of the same, helping with traffic control, helping clear roads so we can get power trucks in to get power back on, especially the critical resources. That will be our first priority: hospitals, nursing homes, things of that nature.
And we have heard from Atlanta's mayor this morning giving an update on the impact.
Mayor Dickens says after an eventful night, crews are surveying the damage from the storm. He says flash flooding caused the most problems.
And we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats as well as to get them out of their cars, and some were in their apartments. We've rescued pets and entire families.
The mayor says even though the storm has passed, folks need to heed the warnings and stay off the roads. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
And as Christina said, the rains and winds are starting to diminish here in the metro area, but you still should use caution.
Yeah, Sabrina, Gwinnett County Fire Captain Ryan McGivney tells me water continues to be the big concern in their county.
Just asking people to stay off the roads right now if they have any ability to stay home. It's going to be much safer at home than it is on the roads.
There are also new reports of flooding this hour there in Gwinnett County and the Camp Creek area in Lilburn. We've also seen several boat rescues across the metro this morning, including in Buckhead and in the Vinings area. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Power crews are out working right now to restore power to hundreds of thousands of people.
Helene may have quickly moved out of the state, but dangers still remain.
That's one thing I want to stress to everyone. Please stay out of the water, stay away from debris, because it could be energized if it has a power line in it.
Georgia Power's Matthew Kent says even though crews are doing what they can and using technology like drones and smart grids, he says it'll likely take several days to get the lights back on to everyone. And while Metro Atlanta was hit hard with power outages, counties in South and East Georgia, more in the direct path of Helene, got it even worse. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
And a series of flight delays and cancellations are being reported today at Atlanta's big airport as a result of the Tropical Storm Helene. Airport spokesperson Andy Gobill says that even with the storm, many travelers will make their way through Hartsfield-Jackson.
We expect to see about 75,000 passengers screened through security today. That's not all the passengers who will be traveling through Hartsfield-Jackson. That's just those who will be departing from ATL.
And so far, flight tracking website FlightAware showing that there have been about 325 delays and 150 cancellations so far this morning. Check in often for the latest on cleanup efforts and the aftermath of Tropical Storm Helene. We are your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB. Also, you can use the WSB radio app. It's 11:04. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Veronica Harrell's in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good morning.
And good morning to you, Sabrina. Right now, folks are still dealing with right lanes trouble over on the downtown connector, 75-85 southbound below University. Right now, remember that tree has come down onto the downtown connector, 75-85 southbound. So again, you got a couple of right lanes taken out, causing delays. So stay into your left lanes. Several trees and wires are down around the Metro Atlanta area, as well as traffic lights, as you already know. Just visit our website, WSBradio.com/traffic, and all of that information is listed there for you. This report brought to you by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of common threads and nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
Cloudy skies prevail for today. Can't rule out a few more light rain showers, but that's later on this afternoon into this evening. But the heavy rain is done. Still breezy. Wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour, but the strongest winds are over. Today's high is 72. Lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow, cloudy with an isolated rain shower, high 75. Sunday, partly cloudy, high 78. Live in the Storm Center, meteorologist Christina Upwards.
And we will have more news at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
I'll run this town to be near you.
Welcome back to this special elongated edition of the Mark Arum Show. It's the Mark Arum, Eric Erickson Show with you live till 3 in the p.m. as we continue our coverage of Helene, which, if you're just joining us, slammed into the Florida coast as a Category 4 hurricane.
I could not be prouder of the job that they have been doing. In many instances, putting themselves in danger's path in order to help individuals.
That's Jane Castor, the mayor of Tampa, Florida. After going through Florida, slicing through the Big Bend area, it went into South Georgia as a Category 2 hurricane. It dissipated in strength as it headed up through Eric's home in Macon, but still a lot of rain and a lot of wind, and that's what we've been seeing here in the Metro Atlanta area. Up to 20 inches of rain in some portions of Metro Atlanta over the last 36 hours. And Eric, I'm going to play some audio here. I was monitoring in the studio that swift water rescue on Hanover in northwest Atlanta, which is right along Peachtree Creek. And I know, thankfully, that the people that live there have flood insurance, because I lived there and I had to get flood insurance. Allison Mastrangelo from Channel 2 caught up with, I believe this was the woman that got rescued from her doorstep.
If you would mind, I saw you. My name's Allison Mastrangelo with Channel 2 Action News. How are you? Glad you're nice and safe and dry. Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about just kind of what happened when you felt like you needed to be evacuated? Just walk me through it.
We knew last night that it was a possibility, so we had started packing some bags, but we held on hope till the last minute, and then once water started to come into the back of the house in the sunroom, we realized we probably need to cut the power and go.
So when was that moment for you, and did you call for help?
We had neighbors who checked on us all night long and this morning, and so we kind of leaned on them to help say this is the time to go, and they said boats are here, it's time, and we were like, okay, that sounds great.
What were some of the things that you decided to pack? I saw backpacks and everything. I mean, what were you thinking? You said you moved things. Talk about the things that you moved.
We grabbed cell phones, chargers, some medicine, and just a change of clothes.
And have you ever experienced anything like this, and how many years have you lived here?
This is only 2 years that we've lived here, and we were in Buckhead at the time when this area flooded, but we were in a high-rise at that time, so we knew this was possible, but it's definitely different living through it.
Can you just describe what it was like being rescued in a boat going through your neighborhood?
Yeah, that was a little surreal.
We're going to move here right now as they take the boat out of the water to get to another.
All right, so that's
area.
Allison Mastrangelo. So what's ironic, so that big flood of 2009, Eric, wiped out all the homes on Hanover West, basically. I mean, they were just destroyed. And when they rebuilt them, they didn't build them on stilts, but they raised the homes. So like their homes were built on 4 feet of stanchion foundation. So there was, except for one home. And I think that's the home the lady bought a couple of years ago.
Wow.
So her home isn't raised, and I'm not surprised that it was taken out by the creek.
You know,
there.
I got a buddy who lives over by on the backside of the Bobby Jones golf course there, and they've got the feeder creek that runs into Peachtree Creek. He was putting up pictures on Instagram. He was thinking about canceling his flood insurance. Decided definitely not.
Oh, no.
Now the whole backyard is flooded. Bobby Jones golf course there in the area completely flooded. Peachtree Creek just spilling over everywhere.
Yeah, remarkable there. Eric Erickson and Mark Arum again, special coverage live of Helene and its aftermath. Joining us live in studio now. We sent a swift water rescue to his Buckhead high-rise to make sure he got here safely. It's Clark Howard. How are you, Clark?
There is less traffic than there would be on a Sunday morning in Atlanta.
That's
there
good.
Is nobody out. Now, this afternoon, people will get cabin fever and they'll get on the roads, but it was crazy. It was like Peachtree was closed coming down it because there was me and maybe 5 other cars. There's nobody on the
Well,
streets.
that's good. They listened to us, told us to stay off the street.
And then here I am driving down the street. What a bad example!
I thought
I should have walked.
I was about
right?
to say you got to get your 9 miles in. I thought you might have walked down. Thanks so much. How was your experience through Helene last night? What were you guys doing?
It was hard to sleep because we're right by a fire station and the fire trucks all night long. Those firefighters, we don't thank them enough. We don't recognize enough what they do and the danger that they throw themselves into. And I was just thinking, there they are, no matter what the conditions. The wind was just intense in the middle of the night, and the rain was, it looked like snow falling. The rain was so thick at one point.
Like what time is this?
Oh, I was up over and over again during the night. It was wee hours.
Okay.
Like maybe 4:35 a.m.
Okay.
The rain was like in they talk about it coming in sheets.
Yeah.
And the wind, it was like the rain was swirling on its way to the ground.
Don't give me an
because of the
exact
wind.
floor because I don't want anyone to stop. But how high up are you?
We're 200 feet up.
Okay.
Or 220, something like that.
So
we're
you're
a couple
up
hundred
there.
feet
So
up.
just above the Peachtree Creek water levels.
So, dude, wait, Eric, you got to know this. We used to live right by Atlanta Memorial Park, where all the TV stations go to their live shots every time.
Oh, yeah.
And the water was coming up Sagamore, and we used to live on Sagamore Drive. We were on high ground, but I mean, I feel so bad for all our former neighbors that are that can't get to their homes. Homes are flooded. I mean, this is rough stuff. And, as we develop more and more across Metro Atlanta, we've got less and less tree cover, more and more asphalt. There are homes that flood that never used to. I mean, this is much, much more severe when we have even just big downpours.
Right.
You have this. How many total inches of rain have we had?
Up to 20 inches over the last 36 hours.
In Metro Atlanta?
Broke a record.
15 and a half in Buckhead, 20 inches in some locations.
Wait, it was only 15 and a half. I was walking the dogs last night, and I'm in water so deep, and the dogs came in from the walk, and they were traumatized because they'd basically been wading through puddles because they're both little dinky
Little
9-pound dogs.
Little Kirkland
signature and Winston Churchill.
Clark, thank you so much for braving the elements to come in here.
There
studio.
was nothing to brave this morning. Last night was tough.
What you have been such a fantastic resource for Metro Atlanta for so many years now. I know folks are going to have a lot of questions about Helene and the damage, what to do insurance-wise, what to do if their car gets damaged, their home gets damaged. Do you mind if we take a couple of calls when we come back?
Take as many as you want,
all right.
And who knows if I'll know the answers.
That's all right. One of the three of us will.
Okay.
Either you, me, or Erickson will have an answer. It might not be the right one, but we'll give you an answer. So if you have any questions for Clark Howard about damage to your home, flood insurance, anything related to Helene, we'll take your calls next. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. Governor Kemp's going to hold a press conference. He joined us live last hour. He's going to have a press conference at 11:35. We will cover that live. We're going to talk to Georgia Power, folks down at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Jonathan O'Brien's going to check in. He's been up since midnight covering the Swiftwater rescues. We got you covered live till 3 p.m. Again, Clark takes your calls next. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk.
When the weather is at its worst,
Quite a bit of damage.
We do have a tree down.
we're at our best.
Flooding can also cause some outages from underground systems.
Stay prepared for whatever Mother Nature has in store.
If you've been without power for an extended period of time, go ahead and give us a call on that outage line.
With your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
You love free. And at Ameris Bank, so do we. That's why we're proud to offer worry-free, hassle-free Ameris Bank free checking. Manage your money your way with convenient access to digital, mobile, and telephone banking, all with no monthly service fee or minimum balance requirements. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. For more information or to open an account, visit our local bankers in person or online at amerisbank.com/free checking. Other fees such as overdraft fees may apply. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Mother Nature is a mad scientist, and she can leave your home without power for hours, even days at a time. Keep your power flowing with the Generac Home Standby Generator, and know you'll always have power when you need it most. Dave Baker here. Been thinking about a whole house generator? Nice. Brightbox Electrical, a Coolray company, is your go-to company featuring Generac Home Standby Generators. For more information, check them out at brightboxelectrical.com. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
In 1977, when Tommy Nobis Center was founded, a gallon of gas was just 65 cents. Now, 65 cents doesn't go a long way today, but your cash or car donation to Tommy Nobis Center does. In creating job opportunities for people with disabilities, we may not be able to make gas prices 65 cents again, but we can make donating your car stress-free, leaving you knowing that you made a difference for someone with a disability. Find out how by calling 1-866-NOBIS-AUTO or at TommyNobisCenter.org.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-471-3896. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-471-3896. Again, that's 888-471-3896.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
11:18 on the Mark Aram Show. Still causing delays is Helene on the roadways. Live to the traffic center. Hello and good morning, Veronica Harrell.
And hello and good morning to you, Mark. Yes, you are absolutely right. Now we got some tree limbs blocking two right lanes over on 285 northbound, eastbound around Cobb Parkway, exit 19, causing delays, trying to get you over into the Cloverleaf. And still dealing with that tree down on the downtown connector, 7585 southbound at University Avenue. It has two right lanes blocked, causing delays for you. This report brought to you by Train Heating and Cooling Systems. Train Heating and Cooling Systems are engineered to keep up with you. They run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent Train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
That affects consumers down the line if we don't have enough product. Might cause a raise in prices or lower the supply of a
Helene now
certain
causing damage in the Carolinas. That's Matt Stevens from Pitt County, North Carolina, talking about food and problems for farmers. We are certainly going to have farm issues in South Georgia, as Helene was a Category 2 Clark when it ripped through the pecan and the cotton fields here. We had Governor Kemp on last hour. We're going to get his press conference live at 11:35.
Can you imagine, for you being from the tri-state area, you would completely understand a hurricane causing damage where you grew up. But how many hundreds of miles inland are we from the Gulf Coast that we would get hit by a hurricane in Atlanta, GA? And this isn't the first time.
No. Unfortunately, it's way too many times that we've dealt with hurricanes here.
And now with the rising sea temperatures, I mean, the intensity of the storms just so much greater than they used to be.
Clark Howard, Mark Arum, Eric Erickson live. Eric and I will be live with you till 3 p.m. Again, Governor Kemp's press conference at 11:30. We're going to talk to Georgia Power. The Attorney General is going to join us. But while we have the access to Clark's noggin, questions you might have about the storm recovery, etc., at 404-872-0750. Denise is in Decatur. Denise, welcome to the show. How did you hold up through the storm?
So far, so good.
Excellent.
But I'm staying in.
Well, that's a good choice, Denise.
I'm just outside of Decatur City, and it's never been a flood zone. But my worry is, as you said, things are changing rapidly. And I found out a few years ago, can't remember the exact amount of time, but it's like 20 years plus that the flood zone chart has not been changed. Why and how do we address that?
So we have so much coastline in the United States that the emphasis has been on updating the flood maps in areas that are near sea level. Think about us in Metro Atlanta. We are roughly 1,000 feet above sea level, and so we're not a real high priority for updating the maps like all the coastal areas all around the Pacific coast and the Atlantic coast and the Gulf of Mexico. So the thing that's happened in those 20 years is the population of Metro Atlanta has gone up 2.5 times over, I guess, and we have so much less tree canopy and so much less green space than we used to have. We had a lot of deforestation with all the development. So even if storms had not increased in intensity, we would have more problems with flooding in areas that prior did not have flooding. Now, were you here in 2009?
Yes.
Do you know how many homes were heavily damaged and were taken as total losses in the 2009 floods we had in Atlanta?
No, I don't remember.
Roughly, the best guesstimate I ever saw was 10,000 approximately across Metro Atlanta. And none of the homeowners, to my knowledge, not a single one, had meaningful flood insurance or any. And so I think it's really important. You brought up the maps. It's really important that if you are in an area that you look uphill at your neighbors, you're at the low point of your neighborhood. This is fair warning that flood insurance is something you should consider. And here's the good news. If you are not designated as in a flood zone, but you know that what's happened in your area, you can buy flood insurance ultra cheap. You know, once you're designated in a flood zone,
then it's
that insurance is a lot more expensive. But if you're considered to be in a no-risk zone, flood insurance is very cheap because it's subsidized by your fellow taxpayers.
So folks listening, like Denise.
Floodsmart.gov is the website.
I was about to say, you took the words right out of my mouth.
I knew you were going to say, how do you get a quote?
Well, I think a lot of folks should be. I'm going to look into it. I'm in the Decatur area with Denise, and I can look up on the hill and see some houses. So why not jump on that now? I remember back in 2009 when I lived on Peachtree Creek, and FEMA came out to the neighborhood, and they inspected my home. And I had flooding in the kitchen, and they said, "Idiot, your hot water heater's leaking. We're not covering." No. I swear to you,
that's funny.
I had damage to my kitchen, and they're like, "No, it's because your water heater's leaking. We're not covering that."
Well, so in Metro Atlanta, I want to give you some sense of numbers, Mark. In Metro Atlanta, when you need flood insurance, or you think you do, but you're not in a flood zone, we're talking hundreds of dollars a year for a policy that covers $250,000, $25,000 for a basement, $250,000 total for your home, and so it gives you a great blanket of protection. On the other hand, we live in Florida part-time. What do you think our flood insurance policy is? The same flood insurance policy, the $250,000. What does it cost us a year?
I'm going to let Erickson guess that because he's got.
I have no idea. I'm assuming several $1,000s.
How about over $10,000?
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, and that doesn't even cover the full cost of the taxpayers. That's still subsidized, but the risk level is such. So that's why what we have available to us, if we grab it in Metro Atlanta, is a deal because of these flood maps not being up to date. Even if you're in a low-lying area, you can buy it at really cheap premiums. At floodsmart.gov, you'll be able to see what that annual premium will be.
I know you've been telling folks this for years, but you mentioned how many people have moved into the area. Warning signs, if you have tree damage, roof damage, what do homeowners need to worry about in the immediate aftermath of Helene?
Okay, so your primary duty, if you have damage to your roof, is you need to do a redecorating project and have an ugly blue tarp on your roof right away. You don't have to do anything else. The big mistake people will make following roof damage is they immediately scramble, and there'll be all these fly-by-nights that'll show up in neighborhoods and say, oh, I'll take care of that. Just hire me. You got insurance? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
The scammers.
And they scam you really badly. So all I want you to do right now is be quick about getting that tarp on your roof. Be deliberate. Take your time on getting quotes from real contractors that have real addresses, that are properly insured, that are roofers in Metro Atlanta. But, we're going to have people who travel in from all
Storm
around
chasers.
the country, the storm
Yeah.
chasers. These are not the people you see on the Weather Channel following tornadoes. No, these are people who make their money cheating people following a storm.
Real quick question, because we got a break for news. Should folks be contacting their insurance companies directly right now if there is damage?
We need to talk about when you contact your insurance company and when you don't. That's a bigger thing than we could just say in a second.
All right. Well, I like that. I appreciate that. Clark
Well,
Howard.
it's a tease.
Clark,
That's called a tease.
Clark, good. Look at you guys. Clark Howard, Mark Aram, Eric Erickson. We are live here on WSB Radio till the cows come home. We've got you covered as Helene cleanup continues throughout the metro area, North Georgia, heck, all of Georgia. A really violent storm that ripped through the area. Sabrina standing by with news, weather, and traffic. We're awaiting a Governor Kemp press conference. We'll bring that to you live, and we'll continue to take your calls at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
Shane Company has been servicing Atlanta for nearly 50 years, and we know exactly how to help you find your dream engagement ring, no matter your budget, and we'll protect it with a free lifetime warranty. Come visit us in Duluth, Alpharetta, or Kennesaw. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Attention parents, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta is closing the Eggleston Emergency Department at 7 a.m. Sunday, September 29th. Instead, you'll go to Arthur M. Blank Hospital on North Druid Hills Road at I-85 for emergency services. Remember, the Eggleston Emergency Department closes at 7 a.m. September 29th, and Arthur M. Blank Hospital will open its doors at the same time. Stay informed at choa.org.
When it rains, it pours. It's not a matter of if it's going to storm, it's when. Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. There are only a few things you can be certain of living in Georgia. The weather is absolutely uncertain. Storms are coming, and with that, the storm chasers blew in. You know, the ones that show up, canvass your neighborhood for a free inspection, make deals that are too good to be true, tell you all the neighbors are doing it, and then once they're done, they're gone like the wind. Everyone says they offer a lifetime warranty, but it only lasts as long as the company's in town. At Exovations, we will install your roof on time, on budget, and without all that stress that you usually hear about in construction, which means we stand behind our warranties. We provide you with written documentation, and we will be here to weather the next storm. So let it rain. We've got you covered. Visit exovations.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Hey Atlanta, Shane Company knows shopping for diamonds is a big deal. We've been servicing you, your friends, and your family in Atlanta for nearly 50 years, so we know exactly how to help you find your dream engagement ring. We also know you deserve a diamond as big as your love at a price that works with your budget, not against it. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Visit one of our 3 stores, Duluth, Alpharetta, or Kennesaw, and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Then choose the setting that speaks to your style. Pick your center stone and add a decorative crown and an engraving. It's that easy. Or select a perfectly preset ring created by our design team that's ready to go. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, at Shane Company, we'll get it right every time. As Atlanta's family jeweler, this is our promise to you. Come on in and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Democrats are spreading lies and misinformation about abortion, and it's putting women's lives at risk. There is no law in the state of Georgia that blocks life-saving care for women or treating complications after abortion. But because of reckless misinformation from politicians like Kamala Harris and the media, Candy Miller was afraid to seek the medical care that she needed, deserved, and could have gotten. Doctors failed to save Amber Thurman with an operation that would have been 100% legal. And both women died after taking dangerous abortion drugs that liberal politicians say are safer than Tylenol. Candy and Amber should still be alive, but Democrats are lying about women's health, and their misinformation is deadly. Women Speak Out PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Women Speak Out PAC. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.wsopac.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there. Good morning. It's 11:30. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Update now on the hurricane. At least 6 deaths in Georgia being blamed on Hurricane Helene. Governor Brian Kemp.
Well, it's heartbreaking. I would just ask everyone to keep these families and these communities in your thoughts and prayers. I know there's going to be more fatalities than that. We've got people that we know we haven't heard from that we just can't get to yet.
Now, we are expecting an update from the governor and GEMA any time now. Once that gets underway, we will bring it to you live. Let's get the very latest on the storm and what the conditions are here now and where this storm is headed. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards joining us live.
And yes, Sabrina, so the great news is that the bulk of the storm, the core, has moved well out of here. It's now moving through North Carolina as well as Virginia. However, we still have wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour today. So now a wind advisory is in effect through 9 p.m. That's basically letting you know that, yes, it's going to be breezy. But because of all the heavy rain that has fallen, a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust could knock down a tree or two. But otherwise, cloudy skies for today. Just a little bit of drizzle is left for this afternoon.
Are we still under that flash flood emergency?
Yes, and even though the heaviest of the rain has come to an end, the flash flood emergency ends in the 1 p.m. hour, and that is because we still have potentially life-threatening flooding that is occurring right now and some water rescues that are wrapping up.
And it's going to take a while for the water to recede. But the trees, I think here in Atlanta, we are known for our trees. It's a beautiful city. But when we have winds and rains like we've had now, those trees can come down. Even without those winds that, we have gusts, you said, of 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
But even without that, those trees can come down, right?
Absolutely. So we are no longer in that tropical storm warning. It is now a wind advisory for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's not nearly as strong. However, it is strong enough that we could have more tree damage.
And of course, the weekend, no rain.
Very
us,
little,
right?
very little. Perhaps some light sprinkles, some light rain, but nothing like what we just endured. But we are in for a drying trend for the next few days.
All right, and it's still dangerous out there because of this flooding situation that we have. We have heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens this morning. He is asking folks to stay off the roads.
Also, emergency vehicles need to be able to have clear passage. Georgia Power, our Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, DOT, all of us are out on the roads trying to make sure we get things safe. We do not need to encounter more emergencies as we're trying to clean up the roadways for a better day later today.
And he says the city's 911 and 311 services are up and running. They're there should you need them. We have heard from President Biden this morning. He says his administration is ready to provide more support for the areas impacted by Hurricane Helene. The president said he has approved emergency requests in Florida, here in Georgia as well, along with Alabama, North Carolina, and South Carolina. That does include deploying 1,500 response personnel. Mr. Biden also urging people in the impacted areas to continue to listen to local affiliates like us here at WSB and to take every precaution to keep yourself and your families safe. Down at the airport, a series of flight delays and cancellations this morning as a result of Helene.
The airport was well prepared for the winds and rain. Hartsfield-Jackson spokesman Andy Gobiel says they had no major impacts.
We had minimal impacts to operations, to the facility itself.
itself. Everything has been addressed and remedied. Any minor impacts that were, that came up. So everything is fine.
Even with Helene, they expect about 75,000 passengers to make their way through security at the airport today. Gobeil says if you're flying, check with your airline for possible flight changes. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And the lesson from Helene may be that hurricanes and tropical storms can cause just as much water damage as wind damage. The director of University of Georgia's Atmospheric Sciences program says it's also the latest in a series of strong storms that have moved into Georgia.
But as we've seen recently with Hurricane Michael, we saw just last year with Idalia, or just recently with Hurricane Debbie, and now Helene, it's just a long and growing list of storms that are penetrating further inland.
That is Dr. Marshall Shepard, who says that the cold front that dumped heavy rain in metro Atlanta earlier this week was also a big contributing factor in today's damage. Once again, we are awaiting a news briefing from the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. Also, the governor will be speaking at this briefing. It's expected to happen any time now. We'll bring it to you once it gets underway. But right now, we need to have live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're going to start in the WSB 24-hour traffic center and Veronica Harrell.
And right now, Sabrina, still a travel advisory with this tree down on the downtown connector, 7585 southbound, just below University Avenue, exit 244. You got a couple of right lanes taken out, so folks stay into your left lanes, but do expect delays as you make your way through the downtown area. Authorities were quick to remove that tree debris, though, over in the Cobb area, 285 northbound, up around Cobb Parkway, so all lanes are open there. And again, we have several streets that are flooded, especially over in the Roswell area, and also power lines down, trees down. All of that is listed on our website, wsbradio.com/traffic. This report brought to you by expresspros.com. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more than supply you the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. We have breezy conditions. The tropical storm warning has been allowed to be canceled. It's replaced with a wind advisory through 9 p.m. 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts a possibility. That's still strong enough to knock down a few trees, especially with the waterlogged soils. Speaking of which, the heavy rain has come to an end, although a few areas of light rain sprinkles a possibility for today. Otherwise cloudy, high 72, lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies, an isolated rain shower can't be ruled out, but mainly dry, high 75. Sunshine returns on Sunday, morning low 64, afternoon high 78. Live in the Storm Center, meteorologist Christina Upwards.
All right, we have 70 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta. Once again, we are awaiting a news briefing from the Georgia Emergency Management Agency along with Governor Kemp. Once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you live. We'll have more news at noon, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
the danger is certainly not over once the storm is gone.
We're at our best.
High winds are expected to knock down thousands of trees across Georgia.
Stay prepared for whatever Mother Nature has in store.
It's going to take hours, if not days, for that rain to finally percolate and trickle somewhere else.
With your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
We've got hospitals without power down south and lots of trees down, lots of people, got over a million or right at 1 million people without power. And so we're just throwing everything we got at it right now, but it was a rough night for
Governor
sure.
Kemp, earlier this morning on WSB Radio, we are awaiting a live press conference from the governor. When we come back, though, Mark Aram, Clark Howard, Eric Erickson will continue our team coverage of the aftermath Helene 2 minutes away on 95.5 WSB.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
It's Customer Appreciation Week with special deals like select Kroger brand pasta sauce or pasta for only 99 cents each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Ideal for business owners who need more storage and have outgrown their warehouse space, and even landscapers who need a large, secure place to house their equipment. At Shipping Containers for You, they give you Georgia-flavored personal service. They answer the phone. Things are easy to understand. And for first-time callers, they go over with you and explain the difference between renting versus buying these containers. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days. shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Want to know if your retirement plan is built to last? Tune in to Money Unleashed with Chris Hoffman this weekend. Check our show times at unleashyourmoney.com. Hoffman Financial Group, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
We have experienced a number of individuals that decided to try to drive in this weather during this time. We are cautioning folks to stay out of the roadway, to please stay at home.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens earlier this morning. The mayor, the hotline is open if you want to join us and continue to update what's going on the streets of Atlanta. Mark Aram, Eric Erickson, and Clark Howard.
The mayor has not been here. The governor's been here. But
I have an easier time booking the president of Ukraine, the prime minister of Israel. I can get them all on the phone. For some reason, we can't get the mayor on the show.
This is the most powerful news talk station in the United States?
Yes.
And the mayor of this city?
We can't get him on. Deborah, listen, Deborah's the best in the biz.
You've got to be
get
kidding.
him on.
He's been in the building and we can't even get him to come over here.
I think I dated one of his exes at some point or something. I'm trying to come up with a reason why he has boycotted
I gotta say,
us.
though, I've been genuinely impressed with his handling of this and the crime issue in the city. He's done a really good job.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not here to bash him. I would love to have him on, but for whatever reason, I don't know. So we'll see. Anyway, I got Clark Howard and Eric Erickson. We're fine. We're awaiting the governor to come on. Clark's been giving some great advice on what we need to do post-storm as far as the cleanup and the coverage is concerned. David is in Stone Mountain, wants to talk about flood insurance. David, welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning. I've been an insurance guy for years, but listening to Clark for years. You guys do a great show. Want to just find out, earlier you mentioned about filing a flood insurance claim, right? Well, if you don't have flood insurance and you have a flood from rising water, it's really not beneficial to file it with your homeowner insurance carrier, because they're just going to deny it.
And you'll have a claim on your record.
Exactly, Clark. This way, you'll go on that national claims list, so it's not beneficial. So I just want to make sure your listeners are informed. Do not file a flood claim with your homeowner's insurance.
What's I mean, I'm sure this great advice, David. I'm sure this number has changed over the years, Clark. But what's the threshold for someone like me or Eric to file a claim on homeowners insurance? What amount of money?
That was the point we were making just before we went to news a few minutes ago, and David may have a different opinion on this, but I want people, if you don't have a mortgage, to have because your mortgage lender will require you to have a certain deductible.
Yeah.
I want you to have a deductible as high as the sky that you can afford.
Okay.
So if you can afford a $10,000 deductible and your insurer gives you a nice premium break at $10,000, you go to that. And you're thinking, I can't believe Clark would say something that stupid. What happens if I've got a big loss?
Yeah.
Well, depending on your insurer, if you have a big enough loss, the deductible no longer applies. But most things you would have the deductible. And why would I say that? Because if you ever make a small claim against your homeowner's insurance,
you're
what they say behind our backs, you use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
You have to think of homeowner's insurance as for catastrophic events only.
But there could be listeners facing something like
right.
that. Yeah.
And that's why, we were talking about when do you call your insurance company? You take a deep breath. You want to get an assessment. How much damage is there really before you call the insurer? Because many insurers follow this policy, and I'd love for David to tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, but many insurers will file.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hold on, David.
Because David, I haven't asked you the question yet.
Hold on, David. Let Clark ask the question. Go ahead.
I have always said, David, that there are many insurers now that if you just call to inquire, they put it in the insurance industry database as you made a claim, even if you never make a claim, and they list it as a $0 claim, even if you never made one. And that's why you don't call them till you're really confident you're going to need to make a claim. True or false?
You know what it is? I'm an insurance guy and a mortgage operations guy. So you're right. Only file when it's catastrophic and never file unless it's, something really huge. And another thing is, if you're not in what's called a special flood hazard area, get insurance because it'll be dirt cheap. Like you said, with a high deductible, it'll be pennies out of your pocket, but you'll be covered for a catastrophic event like we have today. So for the folks that have flood, you got to contact FEMA.
There you go. I think David just turned star of the show, Clark. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have an industry person respond to that and thank you, David, because so many people will sign up for homeowners insurance and the agent will write them at a very low deductible. And they think, oh, well, gosh, I got $800 damage here. I'm going to go ahead and make a claim. No, that's a trap. That is a bear trap. The insurance company is taking advantage of you.
I have never filed a claim because you told me early in my homeowning career this advice, and I've had some damage to my home, but I have not even come close to, and knock on wood that I haven't had to, but that's fantastic advice. So my homeowner's insurance rate is really low because I've got such a clean record of not filing for anything.
Yeah, because you go on a bad boy, bad girl list with the industry, and not only do you become radioactive to the insurer you're with, others are like, look at that. They made a claim for $1,400.
You filed a claim, Eric?
Yeah, I had to file a claim.
How bad was it?
It was about $10,000, which at the time we couldn't afford it out of pocket. We had there was a clog in a line, and we woke up the next day after having run the dishwasher overnight, and the floors had buckled throughout the entire downstairs. The water had spilled out, drained into the house.
Eric, I'm going to jump in. I'm so sorry. Governor Kemp now holding a press conference. We're going to cover it live here on WSB Radio.
State Patrol and Department of Public Safety with us up here today. As you have seen overnight, the storm actually moved a little different than was predicted on a path from Valdosta to Augusta, which if you were in that path or certainly on the right side or the dirty side of that storm, it was a very hard hit. The rest of the state on the west side or left side of the storm, even though they were not unscathed, they weren't taking the brunt that a lot of other folks did with the high winds, even though we've had a lot of flooding in Metro Atlanta and other places around the state. But we caught a little bit of a break for some parts of the state in that regard. Early this morning, we had wind gusts over 90 miles an hour that were measured in South Georgia, a Cat 2 hurricane. Actually, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts were measured in Alma, Georgia, and Bacon County. At this time, this has been a deadly storm. We've had 11 confirmed fatalities. I would ask all Georgians, like the Kemp family's doing, to keep these folks and these communities in your thoughts and prayers. We know that one of those was a first responder. When we ask people to stay off the roads and be patient, it's because we are trying to get to people. It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others. We're also trying to get to multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside that we're unable to communicate with. We'll have to literally cut our way into situations like this. A good example is the Maryland Search and Rescue Team who's here with us. I want to thank them for that. In Valdosta have identified 115 structures that are heavily damaged that we know there are multiple people trapped inside. Again, we just want to urge people, especially in those areas, to be patient. We have a lot of people calling us because they may have a tree across their road and their neighborhood may be blocked.
but our priority is getting to medical emergencies and facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and others that need critical help and don't have power. Georgia DOT is reporting 152 road closures across the state and at least 2 interstate closures currently. I-16 in Lawrence County and then I-20 just outside of Augusta in McDuffie County. We have 1,300 traffic signals that are out. Crews are actively assessing the damage and working to restore access where it's safe. And certainly Commissioner McMurray can answer any other questions, but they are still assessing at this point, so we know we'll get more information later in the day. We are deploying generators, especially in the Valdosta area, to help power traffic signals. From DOT's perspective, some of the northwest Georgia crews, the damage wasn't quite as bad on the roads. They're now shifting to South Georgia to help our hardest hit areas. We are in pretty good shape on bridges around the state, which is good, and our port, while it has limited operations, it is operational and has been the entire storm. One thing to note up in northeast Georgia in Rabun County, there's going to be a water release out of Lake Rayburn because of the flooding that's happening. We are evacuating folks downstream from that so they're not cut off from the rest of the community. If they don't leave now, they're going to be stuck there for at least a day or multiple hours, and Director Stallings can give you more information on that. But just be aware that there's going to be a water release in Lake Rayburn. We've had some 911 disruptions, as you can imagine. There's a lot of 911 facilities. Even the State Operations Center here earlier has had issues with power, and we know that's the case around the state. Power outages, we have 1 million customers that are currently, or 1 million meters, much more customers, but 1 million meters that are without power. Our utility companies are working as we speak. They literally started going in behind the storm as soon as day broke. We remain in constant contact with our utility providers in that regard. Georgia Power has roughly 10,000 personnel responding, and our EMCs have literally thousands that are doing the same, and we thank them for that. We have 17 shelters open across the state housing 1,100 people. A shelter in Coffee County lost its roof. Resources are being deployed to assist them to ensure their safety. South Georgia Medical Center in Valdosta, the hospital down there, is without power. Their emergency generator had a tree fall on it, so it knocked out their generator capacity. We and Georgia Power both responding with an emergency generator, and Georgia Power is working hard to get the power back on there. We've had a severe agriculture impact that is still being assessed. Commissioner Harper is going to speak to that shortly, but we know we've had flattened poultry houses and certainly a lot of row crop damage and nut tree damage. Search and rescue operations, our teams are currently in the field and will continue to be providing assistance to the communities that were hit hardest by the storm. Just to recap resources that we have right now, I mentioned a lot of this yesterday, but we authorize up to 500 of the Georgia National Guard. General Wilson will talk a little bit about that here in just a second. We deployed 250 of them before Helene made landfall earlier today. As you know, I authorized a further 1,000 guardsmen, and we've deployed already an additional 250 of those. And so we have 500 in the field as we speak, and we'll call the rest as needed and as requested. They have 20 mobile cut teams, 8 heavy equipment teams, and we're also moving pods around for supply distribution. Department of Public Safety, all troopers and officers remain available. Currently, right now, we're having a hard time getting to places, so we got to get our chainsaw cut teams to continue working to free up roads, but we'll have those resources moving as soon as it's safely to do so. We're moving troop deployments from northwest Georgia again to south once more roads are clear. We're currently assessing by air. It took us a little while to get the choppers up and drones up because of the winds, and then also a low ceiling this morning. So we'll continue to get more information in regards to that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to General Wilson, then we'll hear from Commissioner Harper, and then we'll take your questions. General.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Hey, well, good morning. So a lot of hard work happening across the state at the local, state, and the federal level. As the governor stated, currently we have about 500 soldiers and airmen across the state that are providing response after the hurricane. Some of the missions that we're currently doing include route and debris clearance teams, and we're doing that in an effort to try to get the pathways cleared so that we can get the power turned back on as quickly as possible. And we're doing that with lots of engineers. We've got high water vehicles that are providing support to that mission as well. We've got liaison teams that are embedded in numerous counties across the state, helping to assist with coordination efforts for further response. We're transporting critical supplies also across the state. Some of those missions include generators, water, and food, and we'll continue to do that as long as we need to. And then really for the next 12 to 24 hours, we're going to be doing a lot of assessing just to determine what other response that we can provide to the local communities and to the state. Sure.
Well, good morning. From an agricultural perspective, agencies across the state has been very involved in beginning the assessment of damage that we've seen. I just want to say thanks to the governor and the remarkable leadership of our team here at GMA Homeland Security and our state agencies and our friends at the National Guard for work that's been done so far. But there's a lot of work still left to be done. There's a lot of assessment still left to be done. But I can tell you, east of I-75, we're seeing significant damage to agriculture and all commodities, row crops, tree nuts, as the governor mentioned, pecans, poultry houses, timber, agricultural facilities, a lot of widespread power outages in the agricultural community as well, and a lot of facilities, dairies, food processing facilities without power, poultry facilities. We're in the process of assessing all of this damage. We're going to be doing this over the next couple of days to get a better grasp of where we are, a better understanding of where our licensed facilities are, such as gas stations and grocery stores, and making sure they're back online as quickly as possible. My message is the same as it always is to our farmers, our farm families, our ranchers and producers across this state. Document, document, document. We need as much information as possible to ensure that we can get the needed resources and the needed help deployed as quickly as possible to ensure that we can be stronger on the backside of this. Definitely prayers for all of those that have been impacted, the families that have lost loved ones in this storm. Prayers for our farm families as they deal with the devastation, the significant devastation in the agricultural community, and prayers for all Georgians as we work together to get through this. There's a lot to do on this side now, on the recovery side. We've already started those conversations with our congressional delegations to work toward federal assistance, but please know that the department is here to assist our farm families, our producers, our ranchers, and all Georgians as we work through this storm. And I'll be happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you, Governor.
All right, we're all available for questions if y'all got them. Arch.
Governor Kemp, I know you mentioned about the deaths. Do we know where or in terms of what parts of the state these are and how perhaps?
Yeah, I really don't want to say too much about that right now. They're still doing notifying next of kin, obviously, but I can just tell you it's along the path that the hurricane went.
Governor, we are hearing reports that now that the storms have passed, that you do have people out and about getting back on the roadway who really don't need to be out there. You do have a lot of work to do. What's your message to the public?
Yeah, I mean, look, just, try to give us a little bit of space out there. I mean, we got a lot of people moving, a lot of trucks, a lot of equipment, a lot of still trying to get to people. So certainly in places along the storm's path and that kind of Valdosta to Augusta, really hard hit area, if you can just stay off the roads, if you're not helping, if you're wanting to help and you're wanting to volunteer, I would encourage you to speak to your emergency management agency at the county and let them help coordinate that, so we're not having people get in the way of us trying to get to people that may be be trapped. For people in the metro area, it is still very dangerous out there. The loss of life that we've seen, a lot of it has been by fallen trees because of saturated ground. And even though the winds are starting to die down, there's still trees literally falling. One fell at the mansion across the driveway after we left this morning, and basically before we got here to the State Operations Center. We're continuing to see that in the metro area, and I know we'll see that in East Georgia as well. We also have the potential for flash flooding, and the waters are going to continue to rise for the next 24 to potentially 48 hours, especially on the northern part of the state. So if you're out, you need to be weather aware. If you don't have to get out, I would just tell you to try to hunker down at the house, or limit your activities if you can. But if you are out, you need to be weather aware. Look for downed trees. Look for trees that are leaning over roads. Be careful there. If you're in your house, be in a part of your house that can best take the brunt of a big tree falling on you if you have those around your home. Yeah.
Governor, can somebody talk a little bit more about what's going on at Lake Raven and how many people might be being evacuated?
Chris, you want?
Yes, sir. So because of the flooding that the governor was just talking about, the streams and rivers that feed into Lake Raven, we've got to get water out so it doesn't cause dam failure. And so the homes below have been notified. There's a pretty large community down through there, and everybody's been notified that if you don't evacuate, we don't expect your homes to be flooded. However, the roads and bridges that you would need to access to leave until they can be inspected for safety, that can be 24 to 36 hours once those waters recede.
How long do you expect that water release to last?
It just depends on what the DNR and the Safe Dams Committee deems necessary.
Can you talk more about the flash flooding? What places are you looking at right now, and is this a threat that's going to take several days as this the push of water moves south?
Yes, sir. We've got a lot of streams and rivers all over the state. As always, the Chattahoochee is a concern. Anything that comes out of the mountains is going to feed down. That feeds to the Chattahoochee. That leads to some amount of time of the water that flows out of Fulton that gets down that direction. So everywhere, Sweetwater Creek here on I-20 is always a concern for us. So there's a low under interstates that right now, with all the water running, they can overtake Metro, certainly along the path, but northeast Georgia's is significant.
Governor Kemp, is there any plan to visit some of the areas, also some of the hardest hit areas?
Yeah, we're still assessing that. I mean, I wouldn't want to speak to that right now. We don't need to be distracting our first responders, our SAW teams, utility workers. So we're going to, thankfully, the storm moved fast, cleared out fast, so they're working now, and they'll get a good bit done today just from getting roads clear. It's going to take them a while on the power, as you can imagine. But we got to get to these individuals that are trapped in homes, and I don't want to do anything that would disrupt that, but I'm sure at some point we'll get on the ground.
Governor, there's a weekend coming up. It's going to be a lovely weekend and a lot of discretionary travel on a fall weekend football. When folks look at this weekend and say, what a great weekend to travel, what do you say?
Well, I'll say it is going to be a great weekend in the state of Georgia, but there's also going to be a long weekend and a lot of work for a lot of people in our state. And I would just tell you to be mindful of that, to be prayerful for those that have lost their life, especially the first responder that was going in to help save a life, and just be wary of a lot of people that are trying to get folks' power back on. And if you're traveling, just be smart, be patient, and be kind to people on the roads. Yes.
Which hospitals are without power? Is there a plan to keep them running or relocate patients?
Well, I mentioned the Valdosta Hospital. I mean, I'm sure at some point we're going to have an update on that. We've been working on that for quite a while. I know Georgia Power is trying to get the power back on there, but we're also have a generator en route. So one way or another, we're going to get power back on there very shortly. But it's really hard to speak to all of that right now. You have to understand, we're just now getting to be able to assess, because this damage is so widespread across the state. It's going to take us a while to do that. And again, I would just beg for people's patience. We are trying to get to individuals and facilities where you have, critical things going on, like hospitals without power, structures that we know have people in them that we can't get to right now. I mean, it's literally taken hours to cut through to be able to even get to the structure because of the amount of trees that are down. So, please be patient with us in that regard. All right. You got something else?
Can you characterize what the damage looks like, say, in the eastern part of the state, maybe on like a Douglas, Sandersville, Augusta line?
It's bad.
We get a lot of reports that it seems that there's trees down everywhere.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's like Hurricane Michael on that side of the state. Tyler and I were talking about the ag damage over there. If you remember about Michael, it was devastating to the farm and agribusiness community. I can feel certain that without even seeing it myself yet, just from the initial reports that we're getting, that that's going to be the case. We got a lot of ward damage in other places. So, I mean, this is going to be, monetary-wise is bigger than Michael, I would think, without even hardly doing any assessment. As I said yesterday, this was a massive storm. Even though it may not been the highest category numbered hurricane that has hit, a place like Florida and then flown into Georgia like Michael did, we know it's one of the widest wind fields ever in the Atlantic, which made it a statewide event for us here in Georgia. So we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of damage to assess, but we got a lot of hard-working, resilient people in this state, and we have a lot of people that are coming in to help us from out of state, and we're going to do whatever we need to help our people. Thank y'all for being here.
All right, you have been
You've
listening to a
watching live.
briefing with Governor Kemp and the Georgia Emergency Management Agency updating damage and recovery efforts following Hurricane Helene. It is 12:05. The governor saying that we had 11 confirmed fatalities and dozens of people still trapped in homes damaged by Hurricane Helene.
This has been a deadly storm. We've had 11 confirmed fatalities. I would ask all Georgians, like the Kemp family's doing, to keep these folks and these communities in your thoughts and prayers. We know that one of those was a first responder. When we ask people to stay off the roads and be patient, it's because we are trying to get to people. It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
And search and rescue is out right now. 500 National Guard currently in the field. In South Georgia, there were 100-mile-an-hour winds recorded. 17 shelters are open across the state, and the hospital in Valdosta is without power after a tree fell. You are listening to continuing live team coverage. It's 12:07.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
And as you heard there, a dozen people almost dead in the weather from overnight. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards is joining us live now with where we stand here in Metro Atlanta this afternoon.
So currently it is now 12:07. Helene has moved out of Georgia, thankfully. However, we still have some wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour, so a wind advisory in effect through 9 p.m. for today. Also be aware that we have flash flood warnings, flash flood emergencies still in effect for another hour, and that is due to the lingering floodwaters that is making many roads around here impassable, and for the finalized touches of those water recovery efforts from our emergency responders and emergency managers. So bear that in mind, but thankfully we are in for a drying trend here as we go into the weekend, Sabrina.
And that is good news. President Biden says his administration is ready to provide more support for the areas impacted by Hurricane Helene. The president said that he has approved emergency request in Florida, here in Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, and South Carolina. That does include deploying 1,500 response personnel. Mr. Biden also urging people in the impacted areas to continue to listen to local officials and take every precaution to keep themselves and their families safe. You talked about those water rescues, Christina. Folks in Cobb County's Farmington Place neighborhood having to leave their homes as floodwaters are rising. This man telling Channel 2 Action News.
If it keeps rising, we might have a foot or two of water in the house.
So what's next?
I guess we're going to hang out on this hill and see if we can get out of here.
There's also flooding in Buckhead and other metro areas today. Our team coverage continuing with Jim Ryan from the tip of Florida to the capital of Virginia. Millions of people dealing with the aftermath of what was Hurricane Helene.
Hillsborough County deputies sent to help a 97-year-old woman to escape her flooded home. Hers was one of hundreds of high water rescues carried out across Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. But the danger doesn't subside when the water recedes. 2 of the known fatalities were from tornadoes spun off of the hurricane.
And a series of flight delays and cancellations have been reported today at the Atlanta airport as a result of Helene. Airport spokesman Andy Gobil telling WSB, even with the storm, many travelers will make their way through the airport.
We expect to see about 75,000 passengers screened through security today. That's not all the passengers who will be traveling through Hartsfield-Jackson. That's just those who will be departing from ATL.
And at last check, there were about 325 delays, more than 150 cancellations today. Hundreds of thousands of you are still without electricity this noon. Georgia Power has 2 big keys as crews try to get the lights back on to everybody in the state. Patience and safety.
After the storm knocked out power to well over 1 million people around the state, Georgia Power's Matthew Kent says it'll take a while to get it restored to everyone.
This is a huge storm, and we are working just as quickly and safely as we can.
But it'll likely last at least through the weekend. Meanwhile, he says be safe as you head out and about today.
Avoid any downlines. Be very careful around flooding. Be very careful around debris.
And give crews extra room if you see them along the road. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
And if you are out this afternoon taking a look around your property, Mark Friedlander with the Insurance Information Institute telling WSB that if you have damage to your roof, you can go ahead and start the insurance claim immediately.
Because if you have damage for your roof, for example, it's possible rain came in through that hole in the roof. That would be covered by your standard home insurance policy.
He says, but if the damage is from the street, it may not be covered.
That would need a flood insurance policy.
And he says very few people in the metro area have that.
It's a big problem across the country. Only about 6% of U.S. homeowners have flood insurance. And Georgia, the percentage statewide is about 4%.
And most of those are in coastal Georgia who actually have the flood insurance. We'll check in often for the latest on cleanup efforts and the aftermath of Tropical Storm Helene. We are your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB and the WSB radio app. It is 11 minutes past noon. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Veronica Harrell has a look at the roads.
And right now, some better news. Finally, in the downtown area connector, tree has been removed. 7585 southbound, right around University Avenue, exit 244. All lanes are now back open, but they just reopened, so you're still dealing with delays. Moving elsewhere, you got a lot of flooding and trees that are down. A lot of that is already listed on our website, but also too, traffic trooper Gary just called in over in Gwinnett County and said Indian Trail, Lilburn Road, just east of 85, it is flooded out. So do avoid that over in Gwinnett County. This report brought to you by Georgia United Credit Union. Georgia United named Newsweek's best savings account rates in Georgia. Open a high earning savings account today. Visit gucu.org/save. That's gucu.org/save. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
All right, it's time now for Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta Homes. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Just some spotty light rain showers for the rest of today. Otherwise cloudy and breezy. A wind advisory in effect through 9 p.m. Some of those wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. Today's high is 72. Lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow mostly cloudy with a spotty rain shower possible. Highs in the upper 70s. Sunday partly cloudy. High 78. And on Monday and Tuesday sunshine with highs in the low 80s.
And we'll have more news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
12:12 on this special edition of the Mark Arum, Eric Erickson, Clark Howard show with you till 3 in the p.m. as we continue our coverage of Helene. We just heard there from Governor Brian Kemp in the press conference. Sadly, 11 fatalities here in Georgia, including 1 first responder. Still over 1 million people without power. We're going to continuously update the impact of Helene and the cleanup efforts moving forward throughout the day here on 95.5 WSB. We heard from the governor. We heard from GEMA. We've been hearing from authorities all morning long. I do want to focus our attention, since we've got our travel expert in studio, Clark Howard. Eric Erickson usually flies private, so this might not pertain to him. But joining us live from the world's busiest airport, Assistant General Manager of Operations, Jordan Biegler. Jordan, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark.
I would imagine it's been a crazy 36 hours for the world's busiest airport. What's it look like now?
So yeah, it's always unique here, but we're back to normal operations by and large. We've got more than normal delays and cancellations, but on the whole, we did very well with the storm. We're very fortunate.
At any point when Helene passed through the Hartsfield campus into downtown Atlanta, was there a full ground stop at any point?
Not really. I mean, we had, I believe, max wind gusts were just in the 40-mile-per-hour range, which is like a strong thunderstorm, really. And the timing of the storm was overnight. So those two things, because of that, we really didn't see a tremendous impact on operations.
Jordan Beegler, Assistant General Manager of Operations at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, joining us live here.
I just had a question for you. Did you have people sleeping on the floor and stuff like that overnight, or were not enough flights canceled last evening that happened?
Yeah, that really that didn't happen for this event. And when it's when a storm, system like this, whether it's winter weather or tropical weather, the airlines do a really great job of preemptively canceling. And a lot of those passengers either, do not come to the airport or, their flights are canceled upline, so they might be at another station. So we really didn't see that as a big problem here with this event.
And have you been able to staff up? Has TSA staffed up well enough today? I know a lot of people disrupted kids out of school, things like that. Are there enough employees there to have smooth flow now at the airport?
There are, yeah, and that was definitely a concern. That was a concern of ours. We work closely with TSA and all of our partners to make sure that those employees coming in were either here early or, made some arrangements. And we work closely with MARTA as well to make sure that we had public transportation. So we saw more impacts actually yesterday morning than this morning for some of those long lines, things like that. So we had about 40-minute checkpoint wait times yesterday morning, but this morning it was less than 20 minutes.
Jordan, there was Tampa International, basically shut down in preparation for Helene, which caused a ripple effect through flights throughout the United States. And we had, at last check yesterday, hundreds of delays and cancellations. At what point do you think the major carriers are going to get back onto schedule? Any insight into that?
Sure. Yeah, I think, Delta, our largest carrier, they're only showing about 2% of their flights canceled today. And that's the majority of our flights here. Some of the other airlines have a bit more, and like you mentioned, with some of those airport closures, that was the main reason behind that. I would say, with over the weekend, I think definitely if you're flying, check with your airline on what the status of your flight is, and you can always make changes to your itinerary. They've got some different travel advisories with different airlines, so you can definitely reach out to them if you need to make some different arrangements there. But we would anticipate over the next day to really be back fully with those flight schedules.
Final question for you, Jordan. We've been advising in preparation of Helene for folks outside their homes to pull anything, patio furniture, pull stuff in that you don't want to get blown out and maybe knock out a window. What does it look like airport-wise prepping? Are you able to hangar all the planes? I would think that when you've got such expensive hardware out on the runways at the gates, you'd want to shelter them somehow. What does it look like prepping the world's busiest airport to get things off the tarmac that shouldn't be there?
Definitely, yes. Definitely takes an army. And it was early in the week we started making preparations. Construction areas are a big concern, making sure that all the materials around there are safed up. Planes, absolutely a concern, looking at the wind speeds. We didn't really reach that level here, thankfully, at Hartsfield, but some of those Florida airports, that was definitely a concern, and that's why they closed down early.
Eric, I lied. One more question. Eric wants to know if all the Delta Sky Lounges are still open.
Absolutely.
They are open, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All
Open
right.
for business.
There you go. Jordan Beegler, Assistant General Manager of Ops at the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International. Jordan, thanks so much for your time, and thanks to all your people for keeping everyone flying.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
There you go. I would imagine, Eric, you all kidding aside, folks that own private planes, that's something you've got to get them in hangars, right? You can't just have them sitting out.
And typically, outside of a hurricane, they send them somewhere to get out of the way.
Fly him, Clark.
Yeah, fly him out.
Fly him out of the range of the hurricane.
There you go.
Yeah, and by the way, commercial airlines do that as well.
Right.
If they're at a coastal place, they preemptively cancel inbounds, and any planes that are sitting there, they fly them out, even if they have to fly them out with no passengers, just to get them to a safe place.
Yesterday, someone pointed out, in fact, a buddy of mine sent me a screenshot of it. Someone flew a private jet through the eye of the hurricane. It turned out to be a photography company that decided to fly into the hurricane to take pictures from inside the eye wall. It was kind of impressive.
And when is their funeral? When's visitation for the private plane?
They landed, flew through the eye of the storm, and then landed in Orlando.
Wow, better them than me. Mark Aram, Eric Erickson, Clark Howard.
Don't
with
you want to ask
live.
Eric what his favorite private jet is?
What's your favorite private jet, Eric Erickson?
I like the Cessna Longitude. I've never been on one, but if I had the money, that's the one I would buy.
The last time
I mean that you've flown on. What's your favorite?
All the ones that I've flown on, I've flown on a Citation Excel one time. They're small, but they got a bathroom. I don't want to be on. I had to fly on one with the governor of Louisiana one time. Wanted to know where the toilet was if I needed to use the bathroom. He says, "Well, I got to get up from my seat, and you got to sit here and close a curtain." It's like, I will not be using the bathroom on this plane.
He didn't hand you his spit cup?
Nope, did not.
I think the last time I was on a private plane was with Clark Howard. We were flying to North Carolina
for a funeral
in a prop jet, and it was Clark.
Oh no, that was just a straight propeller plane.
Yeah,
there was
no jet.
No prop jet about that.
So it's Clark, myself, and former WSB news director Chris Camp, and we were flying through the mountains. It was turbulent, and Chris Camp says to me, if this thing goes down tomorrow morning, Clark Howard, 2 others die in plane crash. Excitement. All right, so Mark, Clark, Eric, with you till 3, 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. Still to come, we're going to check in with Georgia Power. The Attorney General is going to join us. Dave Baker, the Home Fix-It guy. We're going to talk to Jimmy Heath from Heath's Tree Service. There's a lot of trees down. Get some advice there. And any of your calls. If you have questions for Mark, Clark, or myself. No, I'm Mark, Clark, or Eric. There's a lot going on.
You have a split personality?
Yes, exactly.
You're 2 different people. What's your other personality?
You don't want to know. It's a
poker player.
Yeah, a degenerate poker player. Yeah. 404-872-0750 is the number to reach us, or 1-800-WSB Talk. We do have a call from Paul in Brookhaven. I heard some horror stories about Brookhaven getting really hit hard, Paul.
Yeah, it's been hit or miss with the power in particular. I was very fortunate that I was able to get a load of laundry done because I came upstairs, went to put the laundry away, and there went the power for a few minutes, and then it came back, and it's been slowing down and speeding up ever since. And every time it does that kind of stuff, it just makes life rough for that poor little alarm panel in the lobby. Well, at this point, we're totally out of power.
Oh, no.
And this is from North Druid Hills all the way down to Club Drive. And if I can reach it.
Don't hurt yourself, Paul. It's just
Hang
radio.
on a second. Here we go. I just opened the window. I'm sure you can hear the generator running out there. We got a big generator in the back of the building that handles one elevator car plus the alarm systems.
What do you got there? An 80, a 120? What do you got there?
I don't know what the thing is, but
I was making that up. I don't know the numbers. I just wanted to sound smart. All right. Speaking of power, so power is starting to get restored in some areas. This is just Georgia Power, not the EMCs, but down under 700,000 customers affected. It was north of 750,000. There are 5,300 active outages. Again, a large number of folks without power in Savannah along the Georgia coast. In Augusta and here in Metro Atlanta, actually, it's getting better. I think the Northwest Corridor. Let's see. Looking at I-75, the Moores Mill area. There we still have 3,500 customers, but I think in the immediate metro area, the power is coming back.
And you brought up a point. The EMCs in rural Georgia are going to have a harder time than normal getting power back because something a lot of people aren't aware of is the power companies all have a cooperative effort where when power goes out from a storm in one part of the country, power companies send their crews from others, and they all work together to help restore power. Well, because this storm is so wide and you have Florida, you got the Carolinas, you got us all affected, there's just not enough of those crews to bring power back quickly.
Understood.
You know, by the way, a buddy of mine sent me a note, works with Georgia Power, said that if you want to get a sense of their operation, they stationed 500 temporary beds in the parking lot at the Athens Mall for the Georgia Power guys. They were in little contained units so they could all rest last night. And then when the storm hit the road and get out there and start getting people power back on.
All right, so Eric, how did Georgia Power know that Athens was going to take a direct hit and we were not, when all the weather forecasting said it was going to come straight through Atlanta?
This is I'm glad you asked that, because I actually know the answer to this question. So the National Weather Service has a hurricane model, and it's a little bit outdated. There are better and better commercial forecasts. Like, for example, a buddy of mine is a professional PhD climatologist, and he was telling me, based on their commercial models, Macon was probably going to get on the west side of the storm, which was good. The National Weather Service model had the storm going straight up 75 through Macon. Most major commercial enterprises now pay attention to these new corporate models that are coming out of Europe because they're far more accurate as to where the storm's going to be. The National Weather Service isn't going to start embracing those models for another year.
Speaking of forecast, Christina's updated 5-day forecast coming up at the bottom of the hour. When we come back, we're going to get all of your calls. Mark Arum, Clark Howard, Eric Erickson live with you till 3 p.m. 404-872-0750. But first, let's check the roads with Veronica Harrell.
And right now, out there on the roadways, thankfully, Mark, doing okay. Right now, it's 12:25 in the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. They've cleared that tree connector 7585 southbound around University Avenue. All lanes are open there. But again, you have several trees that are down, wires down, including over on Hembry Road at Streamside Drive over in Roswell. Avoid that. And then you got traffic lights started flashing over in Roswell, Hembry Road, at Upper Hembry Road. And authorities are also saying over in Atlanta to avoid Boaton Road over at Marietta Road. It's shut down because of storm issues. This report brought to you by ExpressPros.com. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more. They'll supply you with the workforce you need. Visit ExpressPros.com for a location. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
Now that the storm has passed,
reports of damage piling up.
What comes next?
Several other cars in people's driveways that are inundated.
Stay with 95.5 WSB and download the 95.5 WSB app for the information important to you and your family.
We've got 18,000 linemen there already working.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com. Call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
At Ameris Bank, we're invested in the success of your business. Our local bankers are ready to help you improve your cash flow, optimize your operating accounts, and access financing when you need it. From treasury services and digital banking to loans and lines of credit, we offer tailored solutions to help your business thrive. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. Visit amerisbank.com/withyourbusiness or walk into one of our branches today to get started. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Democrats are spreading lies and misinformation about abortion.
and it's putting women's lives at risk. There is no law in the state of Georgia that blocks life-saving care for women or treating complications after abortion. But because of reckless misinformation from politicians like Kamala Harris and the media, Candy Miller was afraid to seek the medical care that she needed, deserved, and could have gotten. Doctors failed to save Amber Thurman with an operation that would have been 100% legal. And both women died after taking dangerous abortion drugs that liberal politicians say are safer than Tylenol. Candy and Amber should still be alive, but Democrats are lying about women's health, and their misinformation is deadly. Women Speak Out PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Women Speak Out PAC, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.wsopac.com.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios. News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive. What was Hurricane Helene has left at least 11 people dead here in Georgia. Governor Kemp making that announcement during a briefing that wrapped up within the last half hour.
I would ask all Georgians, like the Kemp family's doing, to keep these folks and these communities in your thoughts and prayers. We know that one of those was a first responder. When we ask people to stay off the roads and be patient, it's because we are trying to get to people. It is a very dangerous environment, and one of our finest has lost his life trying to save others.
Now, in addition to those killed, dozens of people are trapped in their homes this noon, those homes damaged by Hurricane Helene. Local first responders performed many risky swiftwater rescues as Helene hit Atlanta.
Trudging through the rushing water on Bowler Road, Atlanta Fire Rescue Team spent much of the night getting people to safety caught in the flash flooding. Flood-prone areas near Peachtree Creek and Buckhead were treacherous during the storm.
Peachtree Creek's notorious for flooding.
Atlanta Fire Rescue Battalion Chief Scott Seeley saying a couple, their baby and 2 dogs had to be rescued.
We were able to hook up a system to where we could lower the boat over to them because the current is very strong. So once they got the boat over to them, we were able to load them into the boat, bring them, haul them back over here to dry land and get them out safely.
City officials say they rescued more than 25 people during the flooding caused by Helene. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB's Veronica Waters. In just a few yards away from the Isaacson VA Atlanta Regional Office on North Decatur Road, there were trees that had blocked the entire street here. A Georgia DOT crew has been out here for about close to 3 hours because cars were unable to pass by. Now, interestingly enough, there are no outages in this area, just a lot of leaves down mostly, except for where these trees were. They've been out here for several hours cutting up the tree. They've got a skidster that's moving the chainsawed limbs out of the street, and traffic is actually flowing very, very well right now here on North Decatur Road in Decatur.
All right, thank you, Veronica. And Georgia crops took a big hit from Hurricane Helene.
Farmers are assessing the damage.
We're seeing significant damage to agriculture and all commodities, row crops, tree nuts, pecans, poultry houses, timber, agricultural facilities.
Georgia Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper says power outages have an impact on farmers.
A lot of facilities, dairies, food processing facilities without without power, poultry facilities.
He says the worst of the crop damage is east of I-75. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, be sure and check in often for the latest on cleanup efforts in the aftermath of Tropical Storm Helene. Your severe weather stations, 95.5 WSB, also the WSB radio app. And don't go anywhere. Coming up in about 2 minutes, Christina Edwards is going to join us to let us know what the situation is now and what we can expect for the weekend.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
At City of Hope, we are driven to stop lung cancer, to respond to its every change, its every mutation with a new treatment approach, to meet the most complex cases with the latest innovations, to analyze cancer down to its DNA, then fight it with the newest surgical, radiation, and immunotherapies, to never give up, so you can be driven by hope. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And you know, when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Veronica Harrell's in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
And right now, issuing a temporary red alert with a crash. 85 northbound over at Lenox Road, Cheshire Bridge Road, exit 88. Authorities are holding all lanes to clear the crash off to the right. But once you get past that, then you got a stalled motorist. 85 northbound over at North Druid. It knocks out the HOV lane. And again, we got a lot of streets that are blocked with flooding and wires down. We have all of that on our website, WSBradio.com/traffic. This report brought to you by ExpressPros.com. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you the workforce you need. Visit ExpressPros.com for a location. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. The heaviest of the rain has moved out. Still some areas of light mist or drizzle, but otherwise cloudy skies today. Highs will be in the low 70s. For tonight, temperatures dropping down to the low 60s. Tomorrow, cloudy skies and a few isolated rain showers can't be ruled out. High 78. Sunshine returns on Sunday with highs near 80s. Now, be aware that flash flood warnings are still in effect now, even though the rain has come to an end. Those will continue for the rest of today. Remember, if you come upon a flooded road water, turn around, don't drown. Meteorologist Christina Upwards.
All right, we'll have more news at 1 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
12:37 on this special edition of the Mark Arum, Eric Erickson, Clark Howard Show. With you till 3 p.m. as we continue to cover Helene. Constant updates throughout the day, the afternoon, the evening, all the way up to tomorrow morning. Again, the sad news we heard from Governor Brian Kemp earlier on the program 11 dead here in Georgia, including one first responder. Widespread flooding, power outages, trees and wires down. Still not safe to be out on the roadways. We are going to get to all of your calls in just a moment. I know you have questions for Clark and Eric and myself at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. I do want to update the power situation, though. Joining us live from Georgia Power, our buddy John Kraft. John, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Mark. Yeah, good to be here. Thanks.
I can't imagine what you crews are dealing with right now. Do we have any raw numbers on the number of folks without power?
Yeah, sure can. And this is changing all the time, of course. But so as of 10 a.m., our 10 a.m. update, we had about 730,000 customers across the state, Georgia Power customers across the state. Of course, there are other providers that are also that adds to that number. But we're good news is that we're seeing that trend down just a little bit, and we're at about 684,000 as of 12:30.
Now, I know, technology has increased rapidly in the last 30 years. Do folks even need to report that their power is out, or do you folks already know?
Yeah, for the most part, we know, especially in large-scale situation like this. So we have that data. If later in the storm, or later in the recovery process, you're still out, you want to call in and log that through our outage line or use our mobile app or website, certainly welcome to do that. And you can check the status there and also make sure that we still have that in the system. And that's perfectly fine to do.
Looking at the Georgia Power map, John, where are some of the darkest spots right now, the areas of folks that have the most loss of power?
Yeah, we certainly have outages in the metro Atlanta area, but as several people have noted throughout the morning, heaviest hit was where those strongest winds were down in Valdosta, down in Chatham County, where Savannah, along the coast, Augusta was hit very hard. So lots of outages there, but really we see outages from one end of the state to the other from these impacts, from falling trees, high winds, and heavy rains.
John Kraft, Georgia Power, joining us live on WSB Radio. And in situations like this, generally you'll see linemen get called in from other states to come in and help. Did that happen, and how many folks are out there working on the lines right now?
Yeah, absolutely. We've started several days ago, both with notifying the public to prepare and telling how we're preparing in terms of getting help from our sister company, for instance, in Mississippi Power, but also reaching out further to our mutual assistance network. We have crews coming from Texas, from Pennsylvania, from the Midwest, all over the place. We've got a workforce of over 10,000 now. Getting to work to get these repairs made. Safety, of course, our top focus, but trying to get these lights back on.
I know
everybody relies on their power.
Yeah, I know we're not out of the woods yet, right? We still have high gusts of winds and the ground's still saturated. But is there any timeline that you folks at Georgia Power are seeing when, all right, a majority of the folks will have their power back on? Do we have a timeline yet?
Not a good timeline. We're still doing that damage assessment process. We have, if you look on the outage map, 5,300 separate outage events, so separate cases that we have to get to and determine, is this just a blown fuse up on the pole, or is it 3 or 4 broken poles with wire on the ground that needs a complete rebuild? So that part of that damage assessment helps us make more accurate assessments.
John, of the 10,000 folks you have out there working, how many were assigned to the Eric Erickson house? Because he got the power back on real quick down there in Macon.
I wish.
At least half of them, I'm sure. No,
Yes.
No, just kidding.
Listen, John, I got to tell you, first, it's good to hear your voice, but also it's you guys really have done a remarkable job. Just the staging, our mutual friend Ronnie sent me pictures from the staging in Athens to knowing where the storm was going to get. I saw people last night lining up in Macon. They were getting some food and just preparing to head south. What a remarkable operation you guys pull off.
Oh, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. It is quite impressive when you see it up close. A lot of stuff goes on in the background that people don't see. And this is sort of a different storm being a statewide impact. When Debbie came through down near the coast, we could send crews from all up here down there to help, but this one is a sort of a statewide impact, which is why we got on it so early to bring in these outside crews to assist as well.
John, final question for you. Folks that are still without power or the power might go out in the future, websites or numbers they should use to contact you folks?
Yeah, absolutely. GeorgiaPower.com/storm is your best sort of landing page where you can get tips and advice, as well as you link over to our outage map, to our outage reporting tools. So that's a great way to do that. One of the big things we talk about is safety, too. As people get out and about, they want to see the damage. They want to start cleaning up those limbs. Please watch for any down wires that could be tangled in there. A live line looks just like a dead line. So we really don't want any accidents.
No doubt. John, thanks for your time. Tell all your folks out there working to get the lights back on to stay safe. And you get any other breaking news, you know how to get in contact with us.
Sounds good. Thanks so much.
There you go. Our buddy John Kraft from Georgia Power. The silver lining, if you are without power, just think of how much lower your bill will be at the end of the month.
Oh,
Clark.
man. I'll tell you, we sure appreciate that switch when you pop it on and the lights come on.
100%.
After an outage.
100%. I tell you what, I had sticker shock on one of our power bills, and then bless Maya's heart, she adjusted our thermostats, and the bill was cut by 80% a month later. It was fantastic.
I got to tell you, our power went out last night, and it flickered on and off for a while, and then was just gone. And as I was trying to record my national show, and I knew those guys, that the staging that they do, and where they go. And Clark, this gets back to what we were talking about with those models, is they have such good models now as to the track of the storm. They know where the worst parts of the storm were going to be. And by the evening, when I saw how few of those bucket trucks were left in my area, I was like, we're clearly not going to get as bad of a storm as I thought we were going to get, because they were all shifting towards the east by then with the track of the storm.
Are you Georgia Power EMC down there, Eric?
We're Georgia Power. I used to work for the parent company of the EMCs, and remarkable groups of people. But, yeah, we're Georgia Power where we are in Macon.
Gotcha. 404-872-0750. Questions or comments for Mark, Clark, or Eric with you till 3 in the p.m. Lee joins us in Brookhaven. Lee, welcome to the program.
Hey, how you doing? Glad y'all have power now.
Yeah, well, at the station we got a generator, so I don't even know if we lost power here or not, but the lights have been going on at WSB Radio.
Yeah, I prepped for this storm more than even I usually do. I usually have flashlights and all that stuff, but I actually went out and proactively bought a bunch of ice and dry ice and did everything, did a load of dishes in the dishwasher, cleaned out the refrigerators, and we didn't lose power, which is great.
Where does one buy dry ice, by the way, Lee? Where do you get a Magic store?
Publix.
Publix has dry ice?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Not all of them. Not everyone, but most of them do.
Interesting. What is in the seafood aisle? Where?
No,
it's right
it
by the
depends
front
on
door.
the store. It's in like a chest freezer somewhere in the store. You can always ask when you go in.
I went.
Where's your dry ice?
I wouldn't have known that to save my life either.
I thought you'd have to get it at a Magic store.
Oh no! It's I've done this before. The thing is, though, is that it sells out when there's something like this going on. So I actually bought some in advance. Because you have to be careful with it. I mean, you can't put it next to a glass bottle in your refrigerator, or the bottle will freeze and break. I mean,
I
gotta be a little careful.
went to the Publix on Wednesday to stock up, and the bagged ice, the regular, not the wet ice, if you will, was all sold out.
All right, so I got something cool. You want some magic?
Yes.
Listen what's coming.
Okay.
There are these batteries that are being developed that are miniaturized that hook up to your refrigerator and other key things in your home.
Oh, no way.
And they sense, you know how computers, people used to have those backup battery sources?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now there's been so many advancements with battery technology that people being worried about things going bad in their refrigerator, freezer, that's going to be a thing of the past. And we'll start to see these pop up in retail stores where you'll plug your refrigerator power into it, then you'll plug it into the wall, and when the power goes out, it'll run off this battery automatically. And we're going to see this for various things. Like, Eric, you trying to do your national syndicated show, you wouldn't have had that problem because you would have had a battery system that would have backed up your power supply in the event of a power outage.
Oh, that's handy.
And this is different, and this is much more affordable than people that are buying these battery walls that go in garages and run much or all of the house. Those are a fortune, tens of thousands of dollars.
When these hit the market, should we wait or should we be, because I know when the big screen TV comes out,
you let the early adopters, do it. And people who live at the coast that are much more subject to these outages, you let them buy these new miniaturized battery systems first. And then when the first wave is passed and they're more affordable, that's when you buy them. But this whole thing of having to do prep for outages, we're going to be able to have key systems operating in our homes without worry. People with emergency medical equipment, that the power goes out and they don't have that equipment operating, that's going to be a thing of the past too, because of this new battery technology.
Eric, do you have to keep your bourbon cellar refrigerated or dehumidified? Or
No, thankfully I do not. You got to worry about the humidity in the humidor, but that's about it.
All right, excellent. Eric Erickson, Mark Arum, Clark Howard here. Our special coverage of Helene will continue. Plenty of phone calls to get to at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. We're all active. Well, Eric and I are active on social media. I'm sure Clark's team is working your socials. You have a whole...
I don't know how to do anything on social media, but we have 7 people who do that stuff.
There you go. So one of Clark's people will get you on social media. And, of course, all the links you need online at WSBradio.com. Let's check the ride around town post-Helene. Live to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. Veronica Harrell.
1249, the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Well, double trouble over on I-85. First, a crash, 85 northbound, up around North Druid. Did have all lanes blocked, but now everything is off to the right. But once you get past that, you do still have that stalled motorist just a little further up. It takes out the HOV lane, causing delays for you trying to get through Brookhaven. This report brought to you by Terminex. When pests invade your space, you need them out fast. And to keep them out, don't live with a pest problem. Terminex it. For your free inspection, visit Terminex.com today. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
it was a Cat 4.
We're at our best.
The rain is the biggest impact for Metro Atlanta.
Stay prepared for whatever Mother Nature has in store.
There's going to be a cresting of rivers and streams.
Check in often for updates.
Georgia home improvement stores vowing to be open as soon as it's safe for their workers to get to work.
With your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman of the Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, whether we want to be or not, we are all wrapped up with this presidential election. But what, if any, effect should that have on our current and future financial planning?
You got to go back to your plan. Your plan is very individualized. We will create something around what works for you and your family and your needs. And we'll cover and we'll check the boxes on the Democrats, the Republicans, the tax changes, Social Security impact, etc. We are watching all of those metrics and those topics extremely close so that you don't have to. So tamp down your political belief and let us just present to you a full financial plan. And yes, for the next 4 years, 8 years, 20 years of your life, we're going to have to move around as tax brackets change, as Social Security payments may be impacted. Nobody has pensions anymore, so as pensions kind of wane and fall away, we need something to replace them. But there are some things that we certainly pay attention to on the political landscape, but that political landscape is one piece of many. So there are many metrics we're looking at. The election's a heated topic and very interesting to talk about, but it has to have its proper place. It does not take front and center in our decisions to invest or our plans. That's having a vision for if this goes this way or this way, we need to be prepared for either scenario. That's where the Replace My Paycheck Challenge and having a deep income discussion with our advisory team could serve everybody very well.
Go ahead. Take the Replace My Paycheck Challenge today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
1 million meters that are without power. Our utility companies are working as we speak. They literally started going in behind the storm as soon as day broke.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp's been on the air all day with us here on WSB, keeping us updated on Helene. Again, the sad news, the death toll here in Georgia up to 11, including one first responder. Still widespread flooding, over 1 million without power. Continuous coverage throughout the day here on 95.5 WSB. Coming up after the news at 1, we're going to be joined live by Attorney General Chris Carr. Dave Baker is going to join us after the 2 o'clock news, answer your home fix-it questions. But in the meantime, Mark Arum, Eric Erickson, and Clark Howard live with you, taking your questions and comments on Helene and its aftermath. Carl joins us in Atlanta. Carl, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks very much, and condolences to the persons who were injured or killed in this the storm situation we had. I wanted to talk about handling of insurance coverage where the property is subject to a mortgage. We had a claim that was covered by flood insurance, and I found out that the insurance sends the check and the mortgage company holds it, and then we submitted invoices as the repair work was done to get reimbursement from the insurance, and then at the end, the balance was paid to us after the mortgage company approved the repair work and saw that it was done.
Is that the traditional protocol, Clark?
So it can vary some. You're talking about the flood insurance program. It also varies with homeowners insurance. But as a general rule, they will make the check payable to both you and the mortgage company. What the mortgage company is worried about is that you just get the money, don't do any of the repairs, pocket it, and then the security they have in the home is not sufficient anymore. So that's why the money is paid to both the mortgage company and the
they hold the
homeowner.
title, they hold the notes still.
Right. They want to make sure that their security and that mortgage is there for is okay, because sometimes people will get without that restriction, they might get a big insurance check and they say, it's too much trouble to rebuild the home. I'm just going to take the money.
Yeah.
And they'll default on the
I have
mortgage.
friends that would do that.
So that's why the money is paid to both parties.
Interesting. Missy is in Dunwoody. Missy, welcome to the program.
Hello, how are you all?
Hey, Missy.
Hey, I wanted to call in about dry ice.
You're a magician.
I am not a magician, but I sometimes think I should be. If anybody needs it, they can go to dryiceIdeas.com. You plug in your zip code, and it will tell you what store is near you that carries it.
How about that? I didn't think we'd get a plug for a dry ice company. Floodsmart.gov, another website that you should bookmark from Clark. And if you have a down tree, I've been meaning to say this, 311, that's the number, Clark. If you have a down tree report, 311 is the number to call on your phone.
Really?
Yeah.
So then you mean if it's on public property?
I don't know. If you see a tree down, you call 311.
Because if it's on your own property, it's
that's your own
problem.
By the way,
yes, go ahead.
Can I just say real quick, while we're talking about the dry ice, people, do not put it in your car with you. Put it in a trunk.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's carbon dioxide. It's going to start evaporating, and depending on the airflow in your car, it can cause you a world of hurt if it's inside the car with you. In fact, a lot of even delivery services and stuff, they make sure they don't put it inside a closed car just because you don't want to die of carbon dioxide poisoning.
Great advice.
How did you know that?
He's brilliant.
I love chemistry.
He's a magician. He's very familiar with dry ice. Chester, real quick, what's your question, buddy?
I just want to say I enjoy your show a lot. I enjoy y'all's shows a lot. Especially, I enjoyed meeting you, Brother Eric. And
thank you.
And I was at your thing back in 2018 when you had a studio audience, Mark, and I never got to meet you, which I wish I could have got to meet you. But will this program be as a podcast since the power went out when I was recording earlier?
Oh, great question. All right, will this show be posted in podcast form? Longoria, the Stoic Eskimo, he's going to definitely post this on WSBRadio.com. So if you missed any of the insight and updates, it will be posted. Great question, Chester.
Deep thoughts on dry ice.
Yeah, I hope to meet you someday soon, my friend. All right, we're going to come back, take more of your calls. When we come back, though, Attorney General Chris Carr is going to join us live on WSB.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Hip Nation. We have continuing live team coverage of Helene. The storm has left almost a dozen people dead here in our state, others trapped in their homes. New this hour, the flash flood emergency now over. But WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards joining us live. She says that does not mean that the danger is over, though.
That's right. So what is happening is the flash flood emergency was allowed to continue because the water rescues were still ongoing. But at this point, the water rescues have come to an end. Some of the floodwaters have receded, but that flash flood emergency, now a flash flood warning, because we still have water sitting on the roads. They're going to be there, especially through the nighttime hours. So once the sun sets around 7:30, you may not realize that that road is flooded. So please be careful, especially if you're in that warning area.
And some trees could still come down because the ground is so saturated.
The ground is so saturated. We still have 40 mile per hour winds, so not as strong as it was earlier this morning, but still strong enough that it could catch the leaves of the tree and knock it over. So wind advisory in effect through 9 p.m. because of those gusty winds, but that will die down closer to midnight.
All right, and we know that you have questions about the weekend, so don't go anywhere. Christina's going to be back in just a few minutes to tell us what we can expect weather-wise for the weekend. Helene did bring tragedy to Georgia, though, with its flooding and high winds.
Multiple Georgians have lost their lives as a result of this powerful storm.
We've had 11 confirmed fatalities.
Governor Brian Kemp says one of those killed was a first responder. Now is the time to stay off the roads and remain patient.
We're having a hard time getting to places, so we got to get our chainsaw cut teams to continue working to free up roads, but we'll have those resources moving as soon as it's safely to do so.
Hundreds of National Guard members have been deployed to help with recovery. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
A close call for a family near Peachtree Creek today in Buckhead.
It was a chaotic morning for Atlanta Fire Rescue, where after they responded to one call,
all right, they're going to another one.
They got word of another. On Bowler Road near Peachtree Battle, a couple, their baby, and 2 dogs were rescued from the top of their submerged car. Battalion Chief Scott Seeley.
They were fine, no EMS needed, and we were able to execute a rope rescue and a boat rescue and bring them to safety.
Officials saying they rescued over 25 people across the city during the flash flooding, and other metro counties reported similar problems. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB's Veronica Waters on North Druid Hills and Birch Road, where a big tree was blocking the intersection. And I say was because in just a few short minutes, Newkirk Tree Service out of Cattle Hills, Texas, rolled up with chainsaws and made quick work of the wood across the road.
This is my first job right here. Not that bad. I don't see really much damage so far.
Trey Newkirk tells me they're being deployed to hot spots by Georgia Power. They rolled into town Wednesday night and will be here until the cleanup is complete.
We show up and do our thing. It don't take long.
In DeKalb County, Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
And in Gwinnett County, the EMA director, Michael Shaw, there encouraging folks to stay inside with first responders tackling those down power lines.
To a point where I would encourage people that if they don't absolutely need to get out on the roads, to stay at home.
Shaw says right now 20,000 people in Gwinnett are without electricity. Now to Florida, the governor there, Ron DeSantis, says the Big Bend area of his state has been devastated.
From those communities in the Big Bend was that the damage for Helene exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined.
Helene came ashore last night as a devastating Category 4 hurricane. The governor says that he will be visiting the area later today. There were some deaths in his state, but DeSantis says that he was pleased to learn all of the Helene rescue attempts where people called for help were successful. He said that power is being restored. About 1 million people there in Florida are still without electricity. Check in often for the latest on cleanup efforts and the aftermath of Tropical Storm Helene. We are your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB and the WSB radio app. We'll have live team coverage of traffic and weather coming your way in less than 2 minutes.
Scott Slade here. You know, when we talk about our health, I think it's pretty important to talk about what's most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put it off. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 678-369-0202. That's 678-369-0202. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
At Ameris Bank, we're invested in the success of your business. Our local bankers are ready to help you improve your cash flow, optimize your operating accounts, and access financing when you need it. From treasury services and digital banking to loans and lines of credit, we offer tailored solutions to help your business thrive. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. Visit amerisbank.com/withyourbusiness or walk into one of our branches today to get started. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
So what's the deal? Suddenly not enough room for everything? Need to get organized? Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. The Bakers were in the same dilemma as you are now until we called the certified designers at Artisan Custom Closets. We scheduled a free in-home consultation and they came out and together we came up with plans for a new master closet tailored to our needs. It's great. They maximized our closet space and helped us to get organized. Schedule your free in-home consultation now at artisancustomclosets.com.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another all-new weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
Helene hits.
Quite a bit of damage with regards to the flash flooding.
We do have a tree down.
The impact.
Hospitals knocked out, backup generators out.
And what comes next?
So we've got a massive response ahead of us.
Stay with 95.5 WSB to stay up to date.
Continue to be weather aware.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Veronica Harrell's in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
And talking about a travel advisory now with this crash, 85 northbound over at Lenox Road, Cheshire Bridge Road, exit 88. You got the 2 right lanes taken out. Thankfully, no big delays, so you don't have to use Buford Highway to stay over into your left lanes. Remember, you got several streets that are closed because of downed trees. You know, you have problems with the roadway, and then also several traffic lights that are flashing in the area. One of the streets that are closed is Bolton Road at Marietta Road over in Atlanta. Atlanta. So avoid that. The rest of the list is on our website, WSBradio.com/traffic. And this report brought to you by ExpressPros.com. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you the workforce you need. Visit ExpressPros.com for a location. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm meteorologist Christina Upwards. Helene is long gone out of the state of Georgia. However, we still have wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour, and so a wind advisory in effect through 9 p.m. In addition, flash flood warnings will continue for the rest of this afternoon into this evening due to the fact that we have lingering water on a lot of the roadways. Again, do not attempt to drive through flood waters. Always turn around. Don't drown. You don't know if that road is still there. We are getting reports of washouts across the metro region. Otherwise, cloudy skies today, breezy, high 72, an isolated rain shower possible, lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow, cloudy, an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Sunshine returns on Sunday, high 78. Live in the Storm Center, meteorologist Christina Upwards.
All right, we'll have more news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
108 as our 24-hour coverage of Helene continues on 95.5 WSB. Mark Aram, Clark Howard, Eric Erickson live with you till 3 p.m. Then a special edition of the Von Hessler Doctrine. In case you're just joining us, Helene struck land in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane, and then South Georgia still a powerful Category 2. It dissipated a bit as it headed up through Erickson's neighborhood in Macon and through Metro Atlanta. But as Christina Edwards there said, still flood warnings, still cleanup, still a messy situation out there. Governor Brian Kemp earlier this afternoon.
We've had some 911 disruptions, as you can imagine. There's a lot of 911 facilities. Even the State Operations Center here earlier has had issues with power, and we know that's the case around the state.
Over 1 million without power in Georgia, but as we heard from John Kraft from Georgia Power, that number is dropping. Unfortunately, 11 fatalities because of Helene here in Georgia, including one first responder. We're going to get back to your calls in a moment at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. But one of the things, and Clark, I'm glad you're here as our consumer advocate, one of the things everyone has to be wary about post Helene is getting caught up in scams, in cleanup scams. Joining us live, Attorney General of the great state of Georgia, Chris Card, joins us live on the show. Attorney General, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Gentlemen, great to be with both of you.
I understand, everyone's emotions are raw. Your home could be damaged. You could have trees down. You could have roof issues. Unfortunately, the scammers know this, and they will come like locusts and try to scam the good people of Georgia. What do the folks at home listening right now need to know?
Well, Mark, let me just start by saying kind of what you said is I've been talking with folks from Valdosta to Augusta, Statesboro, you name it. I mean, there's just devastation, and trees on people's houses. The impact it's been on it hit our agricultural community. This has been tough, and this is the time where you want to see folks coming out and grabbing chainsaws and helping each other out. And it's just stunning to me. And Clark knows this because we see it every time that there's a natural disaster. Instead, you got folks that are coming out here trying to take advantage of somebody when they are at their most vulnerable. So we're hearing about it, whether it's from scams. It typically has to do with tree removal. It has to do with debris removal. It will have to do with home renovation. We just encourage people to be vigilant, to be aware. We are hearing some anecdotal stories about folks that are showing up already in neighborhoods in South Georgia. Let's not turn one tragedy into a second one.
So, Attorney General, it's Eric Erickson here. If someone does think they're possibly being preyed upon and hopefully not actually preyed upon, what should they do? Is there someone they should call and report the con artist to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a couple different ways, Eric. One is you can reach out to our office. I mean, this is what we do. We do scams, and also price gouging is an issue, and starting to hear a little bit about that. But you can go to consumer.ga.gov online, or you can call us at 404-651-8600 or toll-free 800-869-1123. And then there can also be some insurance scams that are out there. John King and the insurance commissioner, he does a great job with that as well. But most importantly, Eric, as I tell everybody, you are in control of the transaction. If somebody's coming up, they just want cash, they want you to pay up front now and with no work being done, don't do it. If somebody says, don't reach out to your insurance, we don't need to deal with that now, we need to get the tree off the roof, that's probably meaning they're going to take advantage of folks. And too often we see people parting with their cash up front and they never see the work get done again. So we encourage people to do that. If you do need a contractor, if you do need somebody, ask a friend, ask somebody you've used before, check the Better Business Bureau. There's a number of different ways you can do it, but people are emotional, and understandably so. But if you've been scammed, the other thing is the scammers are hoping that you're embarrassed, you don't say anything. Reach out to law enforcement, reach out to our office. Let's make sure that we go after them and hold them accountable.
What if I run into a contractor that wants to get paid only in Bitcoin? Is that a red flag?
Yeah. Yeah. Mark, just stop right there. Just stop right there.
Attorney General Chris Carr joining us live on 95.5 WSB alongside Eric Erickson and Clark Howard. And this isn't a 1 or 2 day scam window, right, Attorney General?
No, it isn't. Because, again, right now it's going to be about trees. It's going to be about debris. Then it's going to be about home renovation and fixing holes in roofs and that type of thing. And then the other thing that just gets me is charities fraud. You're going to start hearing from folks, and obviously we want to help our neighbor. Obviously that is a good thing to do. But, again, you've got criminals that want to come in. They'll send a text, an email, even create a website and want to take advantage of this situation. Just make sure if you're giving money to a charity, you know who the charity is, you know they've got a good reputation, you know where the money's going to go. But yet again, the fact that these folks, instead of, using their intellect and their abilities to do something good for the world, they go after and try to take advantage of folks when they're at their most vulnerable. Again, those are folks that we pay special attention to because, again, folks are just in some of the worst times of their life right now. And we're going to do all we can to keep them safe.
On a personal matter, Attorney General, how did you fare through the storm? What was your experience like?
Hey, so we live in Dunwoody. A lot of rain. A little bit of water in the basement, but that was, that's more of an annoyance. When I've heard from fraternity brothers and friends around this state with trees on their houses, folks in Valdosta, what's happened in downtown Valdosta, know the folks in economic development down there. I understand that. The Chamber of Commerce building, there was a historic building that caught a lot of damage that was done. Listen to the agriculture folks in this state whose crops have been absolutely destroyed. A little bit of water in the basement is nothing. And, you heard the governor, this is a 159 county cleanup effort, recovery effort, incredible coordination among state resources. And, you hear Chris Stallings, you hear the governor, you hear the Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper and John King and others. It makes you proud. I mean, again, I'm proud to have leadership in this state that works together and make sure they do the right thing at the difficult times.
All your questions answered, folks. Consumer.ga.gov. I got that right?
You did.
All right. Consumer.ga.gov. Attorney General Chris Carr, appreciate your time. Thank you so much, sir.
Guys, good to be with all of y'all. Take care.
Thank you so much. Be safe. And WSBradio.com, by the way, if you're worried about the charitable links, we're not going to post anything on our website if it hasn't been vetted. And we have to go through the Clark Howard approval process to make sure we get legitimate fundraising.
It is so hard because there are so many organizations that will pop up with names similar to real ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then there will be people soliciting who knows where on the side of the road. Really, really, I know you see the damage. You know people are desperate. You want to help. Take the time to make sure you're giving to the right organizations. And I actually have links at clark.com where you can make sure that what's pretending to be a charity really is what they say it is before you give money.
Clark.com, consumer.ga.gov, WSBradio.com. Helen in Decatur has a related question on this. Helen, thanks so much for hanging on. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. And it's interesting that my call follows Chris Carr's mentioning of the charity.
Listen, Helen, I'm a professional. I know how to run this ship.
Okay. Well, first of all,
Very
good
impressive.
afternoon to all of you. I listen to you all, and I learn a lot from your show. And did hear this morning that Helene severely impacted the pecan, the peanut, and the cotton crops of the farmers. And also sadly learned that after that there was a 100% increase in suicides with the farmers after the 2018 floods due to just a delay in federal money and loans that they had to take out. So I was wondering, are you aware of a Georgia charity that really you can donate to that is given directly to the Georgia farmers?
That's a great question.
I have not heard of such a thing like that. You know, farmers so often expect the feds to step up after a disaster like this, and there's not, that I'm aware of, private charitable organizations that fill that time gap for the delay you have when you apply for federal assistance as a farmer and when you receive that assistance.
Well, how would we go about and get a charity established? Can we go through the Department of Agriculture? Or I was just listening to Chris Carr saying, well, that he's got a website that you can go to report consumer scam. But would there be? I'm just wondering how.
I think Deborah might have found one for us.
What'd you find, Deborah?
So I grew up on a farm, so this is for Georgia. It's called the farmerfund.org.
I was recommend that one.
There you go. See, Eric might know a little bit more about it then.
Farmerfund.org.
The farmerfund.org.
Okay.
And you can support your local farmers anywhere here in Georgia that need funding. Because Clark and I were talking earlier, for agriculture, it takes forever. They lose crops. They're gone forever.
Yeah. And
so this fund is specific to Georgia farmers.
Specifically for Georgia agriculture, yes.
All right, what's the website again?
It's not for the giant corporate farms.
Good.
It's for the community-supported agriculture farms, farmers markets, people who participate in those. And there's also, you can always reach out to the Georgia Farm Bureau, which is for farmers by farmers. They operate as an insurance company for farmers, but also they do have assistance programs, and they may be able to direct you to a better resource at the Georgia Farm Bureau.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
Fantastic
Great. Thank
question,
you.
Helen. Thank you. And there we go. Maybe we can get that up at Clark.com.
Absolutely.
If one of your
I want to say something, speaking about these scams. You know, about a year and a half ago, I got an email from our corporate overlords. And it looked like a scam to me, and I know how to open these things to avoid a scam, and I did. And it certainly was a scam, so I didn't click through. But I got flagged as having opened it, so I had to go through remedial training, even though I knew exactly what I was doing. So now I'm getting these text messages asking if I'm okay from our corporate overlords. I've unsubscribed, and they keep telling me this isn't phishing.
Yeah,
Please click
but
this
that's
link.
exactly
I'm
what a
not
fisher
doing
would
it
do.
Because you people made me go through remedial training.
Listen, I haven't
doing.
opened up any of them either, Eric.
No, I deleted the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I just want the Cox Media Group family to know I am alive and well and survived the hurricane.
He's sleepy,
Stop
though.
spamming me, because then you're going to make me do stupid remedial training when I already know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't even I deleted them all. Clark doesn't even know what we're talking about. One of your people are getting these texts, Clark.
No, actually, I got
you
the
gotta
text.
there you
I don't
go.
open them.
All right.
Because I just never know if they're going to be
They
real or
told us
not.
not to, and now they're doing it to us.
Absolutely.
It's their fault.
There you go. All right.
Boy who cried wolf.
Eric Erickson, Mark Aram, Clark Howard with you as we continue our team coverage of Helene ripping through the southeastern United States. We'll come back, take more of your calls, but traffic's been a nightmare since Helene made landfall. Let's go live to Atlanta's 24-hour traffic center and Veronica Harrell.
And 120 in the Cool Rate Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. And you are correct, Mark. Now it's getting busy out on the interstates. We got a travel advisory. Crash knocks out 4 right lanes. 75 southbound below Howell Mill Road, exit 252, causing delays. Use Northside Drive to get you into Midtown. But better news, the crash over on 85 northbound up around Lenox Road, Cheshire Bridge Road, that has since moved off to the right. This report is brought to you by Terminex. When pests invade your space, you need them out fast. And to keep them out, don't live with a pest problem. Terminex it. For your free inspection, visit Terminex.com today. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
Quite a bit of damage.
We do have a tree down.
we're at our best.
Flooding can also cause some outages from underground systems.
Stay prepared for whatever Mother Nature has in store.
If you've been without power for an extended period of time, go ahead and give us a call on that outage line.
With your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Hi, I'm David Nicholas, financial advisor and president of Nicholas Wealth Management. It's hard to imagine, but one day in retirement, your income will stop. You may have been working for 30 or 40 years, but now you'll have to depend on the money you've saved for the next 30 years. How do you know if you've saved enough? What does it mean to spend confidently in retirement? One of the worst things that you can do is get to retirement and not know how much income your investments can produce. At Nicholas Wealth, we created a plan that will show you what your investments can potentially generate in dividends, interest, and growth in retirement. We call this our Spend Confidently plan. When's the best time to turn on Social Security? What are some of the best dividend-paying stocks available? Our CPAs and CFPs will show you what your income number is and how a diversified portfolio of income-producing investments could potentially provide you consistent monthly income. Our Retire Ready Income Report is a $1,000 value. We'll provide it completely complimentary if you've saved more than $250,000 for retirement and you give us a call in the next 10 minutes. Number to call is 404-890-5606. That's 404-890-5606, or you can go to nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. This is prepared for informational purposes only. It does not address specific investment objectives or the financial situation and the needs of any person. This is a paid advertisement.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
When is the last time you paid less but got more in return? It happens every day if you or a loved one has Medicare Advantage. $0 copays and an average of $2,500 less out of pocket annually, but more benefits like dental, hearing, and vision. More prevention and screenings to keep people healthy. More care for less money. No wonder 33 million seniors choose Medicare Advantage. Visit MedicareAdvantageMajority.org to learn more. Paid for by Medicare Advantage Majority.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
D. Geller & Son Jewelers is celebrating 85 years in Atlanta this month. It's been an honor to be your hometown family jeweler since 1939. Come celebrate 85 years with us in Atlanta, Kennesaw, or Sandy Springs, and read our story online at dgeller.com.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Authorize a further 1,000 guardsmen, and we've deployed already an additional 250 of those. And so we have 500 in the field as we speak, and we'll call the rest as needed and as requested.
Governor Kemp, earlier today on WSB Radio, the governor's been on with us a handful of times as we continue our team coverage of Helene. Made landfall as a Cat 4 in Florida. Was still a Category 2 when it hit Georgia. Now it's wreaking havoc up through the Carolinas. Mark Arum, Clark Howard, Eric Erickson live with you till 3. And then the Von Hessler Doctrine will take over. Kim is in Woodstock. Kim, thanks for hanging on so long. Welcome to the program.
Well, thank you for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
I have a question for Clark. I live in Woodstock, and we have a large piece of property in a subdivision. My issue is that we believe that we have an easement for the Corps of Engineers. Now, we've been in this house 28 years, and when we first moved in, the trees were not an issue. 28 years later, these trees are now very tall, and some are pines, some are hardwoods. We would like to remove some of these trees because if they are to fall, they will fall directly on our house. And we have tried to call the Corps of Engineers to find out what we can do, because if you Google it, it says you can't cut down any of the trees. You could be fined up to $100,000. So my husband has placed 3 phone calls now to the Corps of Engineer, all without any success.
All right,
What
let's talk.
can we
Let's talk
do?
about this. All right, first things first. You said you believe that where these pine trees are is on Corps of Engineer land.
Right. And the
So,
reason I
but do you
say
have
that-
do you have in your closing documents? Do you still have your closing documents from 28 years ago?
Yes, we do. Believe it or not.
And
yes,
have
I
you been
do.
able to find in the property description in there that these trees are, as best you can determine, on Corps of Engineer land, or is it just where you've heard, oh, the Corps of Engineers has that stuff?
No. If we pull up our plot, our plot of land and the neighbors, there is some lines in between with dots down them. And the first time that I saw a Corps of Engineer, they parked in front of my house, and again, I live in a cul-de-sac. They parked in front of my house, and it was 3, maybe 4 men got out of a pickup truck, and they're coming across my front yard. So I went out and I asked them, is there anything I can do to help you? And they're going, oh, no, we're Corps, and we're just going to go down the side here. We have a sewer down here that we need to check on. And ever since then, and now they have built, the subdivision is completely built out and has been for a number of years now. Now they have roads and trails down there, so they don't come across our property anymore. But I do believe that it is an easement for Corps.
What do you think,
But
Clark?
you don't know that for sure.
We're not positive.
Right,
I would
so-
like to get a surveyor out here and.
All right,
survey
every
it.
lawyer listening is going to roll his or her eyes right now. You don't know that those trees are Corps of Engineer. So
No.
They are a danger to your home.
Yes.
No one's responding to you from the Corps Engineers. Why don't you take them down?
Yeah. I'm glad you said it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I
hear
can
you.
say
I
that,
can't hear
and the
you.
lawyers are going crazy. What would you say, Eric?
I think you need to send a certified letter, find an address, send a certified letter. You probably actually do need to use a lawyer to send the certified letter and demand a response within 30 days from the Corps of Engineers.
Kim, keep us
I
posted.
thought you were studying divinity, not law. What are you doing?
I got my
Saying
law
you got to
degree
go
first
hire
of all.
a lawyer and
No.
all that.
I say you pray first and then cut the trees down.
I got. In all serious, you don't necessarily need a lawyer, but do send a certified letter to the Corps of Engineers address. Demand a response within 30 days, telling them that you have reason to believe these could be on their property, and they need to take them down.
News, weather, and traffic right now. We'll be right back.
Wow.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. 11 people here in Georgia lost their lives as Hurricane Helene roared through our state.
This has been a deadly storm. We've had 11 confirmed fatalities.
Governor Kemp saying one of those deaths included a first responder. He said that there are reports of people trapped in structures throughout the state and rescues are underway. Thousands remaining without electricity this afternoon. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards is joining us live. Now, Helene has moved out of Georgia, but you say the dangers are not over yet.
Not quite over yet. And you may notice that the flash flood emergency is over, but a flash flood warning still remains in place. That is because we have received anywhere from 10 to 20 inches of rainfall since Wednesday, and it's all sitting on our roads right now. So it's still going to take some time for some of those flooded roadways to actually clear out. That's why that flash flood warning remains in place for the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. We also have a wind advisory through 9 p.m. Wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. Again, with the saturated soils and the wind gust as high as 40, that may knock down a few more trees. So be on the lookout. You may want to spend the night in the living room for this evening as just in case, a precaution, in case one of those trees does come to the ground.
And we've been focused on Georgia. Where is Helene now? What's she doing?
So believe it or not, Helene is out of Georgia, and I just looked at the satellite imagery. It looks like it's been absorbed by that upper level low that is over Arkansas. So that Fujiwara effect you may have heard on social media or seen. So Helene has now been absorbed into the overall low that is in the center of the country.
All right, thank you. And we'll check in with you for a look at the weekend forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Local first responders perform many swift water rescues today as Helene hit Atlanta.
Trudging through the rushing water on Bowler Road, Atlanta fire rescue teams spent much of the night getting people to safety caught in the flash flooding. Flood-prone areas near Peachtree Creek and Buckhead were treacherous during the storm.
Peachtree Creek's notorious for flooding.
Atlanta Fire Rescue Battalion Chief Scott Seeley saying a couple, their baby, and 2 dogs had to be rescued.
We were able to hook up a system to where we could lower the boat over to them because the current is very strong. So once they got the boat over to them, we were able to load them into the boat, bring them, haul them back over here to dry land, and get them out safely.
City officials say they rescued more than 25 people during the flooding caused by Helene. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
And it looks like cleanup is going quickly in some areas.
With no wind and no rain, it took mere minutes for a crew to clear a tree which was blocking North Druid Hills right at the intersection of Birch Road. Trey Newkirk of Newkirk Tree Services out of Texas is one of many here being deployed from a staging area by Georgia Power. They rolled into town Wednesday night. Newkirk finds it very fulfilling work.
It feels really good. It feels real good. And to be, you see every one of them guys are smiling. They're all happy. We're not in the trenches. You know, we're fed. You know, we slept in a warm bed last night. We don't always get to, but it's okay.
In DeKalb County, Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
And Georgia farmers are going to be hurting for a while after the hurricane.
It's a major blow to Georgia's critical agriculture industry.
Prayers for our farm families as they deal with the devastation, the significant devastation in the agricultural community.
State Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper says it impacts row crops, tree nuts, poultry houses, and timber.
East of I-75, we're seeing significant damage to agriculture and all commodities.
He says power outages are affecting food processing, dairy, and poultry facilities. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
It's 1:34.
Hey, Atlanta. Shane Company knows shopping for diamonds is a big deal. We've been servicing you, your friends, and your family in Atlanta for nearly 50 years, so we know exactly how to help you find your dream engagement ring. We also know you deserve a diamond as big as your love at a price that works with your budget, not against it. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Visit one of our 3 stores, Duluth, Alpharetta, or Kennesaw, and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Then choose the setting that speaks to your style, pick your center stone, and add a decorative crown and an engraving. It's that easy. Or select a perfectly preset ring created by our design team that's ready to go. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, at Shane Company, we'll get it right every time. As Atlanta's family jeweler, this is our promise to you. Come on in and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Scott Slade here. You know, when we talk about our health, I think it's pretty important to talk about what's most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put it off. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 678-369-0202. That's 678-369-0202. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Join Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning in celebrating 20 years by taking 20% off all cleaning services. Mention WSB Radio or use code 20OFF online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zerorez, all we leave is clean.
Oh no! The garage door spring broke.
Never fear. Balanced Garage Door fixes broken springs fast. And we offer same-day service. And best of all, Balanced Garage never, ever, ever charges for a service call. Go to balancedgaragedoors.com. That's balancedgaragedoors.com.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Veronica Harrell.
And right now, issuing a red alert. Got a multi-vehicle crash, a really bad one now. 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. Again, a red alert. A really bad crash, multi-vehicle crash. 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. Now has all lanes blocked. This one's going to be out there for a while, folks. Avoid it. Use Northside Drive over into the Midtown area. This report brought to you by Great American RV Superstores. Adventure seekers and road trip enthusiasts, head to Great American RV Superstores today. Thousands of top brand motorhomes and towables ready for delivery and price to sell. Visit GreatAmericanRV.com. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies, some areas of light rain, drizzle, but that'll be off and on through the course of today. Breezy, wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. That wind advisory in effect through 9 p.m. Today's high is 72. Lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow, cloudy. An isolated rain shower can't be ruled out, but mainly dry, high 75. Sunday, partly cloudy, high 78.
We will have more news at 2 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
1:37, the special edition of the Mark Clark and Eric Show continues till 3 p.m. as we continue our coverage of the aftermath of Helene. And coming up after the news at 2, we are going to come back with the 5K Day Bonus Blitz. I'll give you the keyword right after the news at 2 p.m. So we kind of paused it during the breaking news coverage, but we'll bring it back. Another chance for you to win $1,000 coming up at 2 p.m. So, Deborah, I just heard Veronica Rell talk about the traffic red alert on 75 on Howell Mill. So I pulled up Google Maps to see the impact. And look at it. It looks like Google Maps has measles. All those red dots, those are reports of flooding. That's remarkable. A gentleman who's been covering the flooding, the swiftwater rescues all morning for us here at WSB Radio is intrepid reporter Jonathan O'Brien. I know you're on your last legs, brother. You've had a rough one, but thanks for coming into the studio, buddy.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I was listening all morning before we came in, and you covered some miraculous stuff. As you sit here and decompress now, because I know out there on the streets covering the breaking news, you get so amped up. Have you had a chance to reflect and think about one of the most memorable things you saw today, this morning?
I think the most memorable thing was when I first got to the scene of that swiftwater rescue that we've been reporting on.
Yeah.
You know, we were trying to find out who was involved and how many people were. And when I saw this woman get out of the back of the fire truck with her baby, you know, and they were putting something over her so that the baby wouldn't, get wet from the rain. I think that really put it in perspective just how dire the situation was.
Where and when did this rescue occur?
This was on Bowler Road there near Peachtree Creek in Buckhead, so near Peachtree Battle Avenue. It's a common flood area, and it happened in the 5 a.m. hour. And the Atlanta Fire Rescue teams had to go out there, and they had to put a raft in the water, and they had to tether it in order to get to these folks who were on the roof of their car. And it was the husband and wife, their child, and 2 dogs.
Now, that's my old neighborhood. Were they in a house, or were they rescued from a car trying to get through the neighborhood?
They were rescued from a car trying to get through the neighborhood.
Okay.
My understanding is they were driving through.
Did you have a sense how many homes in that neighborhood are underwater?
I didn't. I couldn't get a sense from that. I saw at least one where I was, where they still had their car in the driveway, and it was totally flooded.
Well, the Bowler Road intersects with Hanover West, which we saw the other rescue go down there, and all of those homes were destroyed back in 2009.
And so most of them are 9.5 feet up.
Is it that high now?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're really big steps going up.
Yeah.
And a lot of that mitigation happened after the 2009 horrific storm that destroyed so many people's homes, that when they were rebuilt, they went 9 feet or 9.5 feet up.
Yeah, I know they got raised. There was one home in the Hanover West complex that didn't get raised, and I fear that home is going to be absolutely destroyed. Jonathan O'Brien in studio with Mark Arum and Clark Howard, Eric Erickson as well. Give the folks, because we've been telling folks don't get on the road, stay at home. You were out there on the roads. What you saw from first responders and the fact that they were out there risking life and limb to help folks.
Well, I think the most remarkable thing was while I was on the scene of that rescue, I heard over the radio and I heard one of the battalion chiefs say, "We're going to another one." They had to go to another swiftwater rescue right after they left this incident. So the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department is saying that they had something like more than 25 of these swiftwater rescues, and I think that it's a miracle that none of these firefighters were hurt in these efforts. But I think you were going to also, you've alluded to it. We've been hearing it all day, and we've been saying it all day. Don't go out, and we were repeating that all morning. I spoke about it on Atlanta's Morning News. I was driving down Peachtree Battle. I looked down for a split second. When I looked up, and I was in the news car,
Yeah.
and the water went up to the grill of the news car just that fast. And I was, in that split second, something can happen.
Somebody from accounting wants to see it.
Right, exactly. I know they do. It's a miracle that we didn't lose the news car or me, and that I was afraid I was going to become the story and get a firsthand account of what it's like to be in a swift water rescue. But that just shows you how treacherous it really is. And, you do wonder, these folks who had to be rescued, why were they on the road? Obviously, anything can happen. An accident can happen. But you wonder, I never heard what these folks were doing out there.
Yeah. Clark,
we're so far from the ocean, though. Nobody expects that your car is going to float down a road.
Go ahead,
Eric. Concurrently, it's like the governor this morning expressing his frustration to the kids up in North Georgia that decided to get into the river and just see how rough it was. And they nearly died and nearly compromised the lives of rescue. When they tell you to stay home, there's a reason they tell you to stay home. It's not because they don't want you outside. It's because you're putting your life at risk. And yeah, there are absolutely situations where you have no idea. The water, particularly around Atlanta and Peachtree Creek, can rise so fast. People don't understand how swift it can be and how it can move a car with only a foot or so off the ground of water.
I think a lot of that is the ignorance of youth. I mean, grow up in Connecticut, if there was a blizzard, my parents couldn't get me, inside. I'm running out. I'm taking my sled. I'm going out. And so a lot of that is the ignorance of youth, but that's a valid point, Eric.
And they're also invincible at their age.
Oh, of course. Exactly right.
Completely invincible.
Hypothetical for Clark. Let's say, God forbid, Jonathan did wreck the news Jeep in the swift water. Is it Jonathan's insurance? Is it the station's insurance?
It's the station's insurance.
Oh, there's a blessing.
They'd take it out of his hide. I mean, we are owned by private equity, so he'd be in big trouble.
There you go. Well, I'm glad you avoided that. But, man, I was just glued to the radio this morning listening. Great stuff. And it's very brave of you to get out there and do that and cover it and give us a firsthand account. It was remarkable. You deserve a long nap. Are you done for the rest of the week? Can you sleep in?
I am. I will be anchoring on Sunday midday.
Okay.
But I am going to rest tomorrow, the rest of the day and tomorrow.
All right. Let's golf clap, Clark, for Jonathan O'Brien. Better him than I.
I've never heard that expression, golf clap.
You never heard a golf clap?
Really?
I don't hang out with rich people.
Wow.
I don't know about golf.
Oh, can I say this, by the way?
Yeah.
I was listening to Eric. I get off. So I'm on. Usually you're not hearing me now. You're hearing Eric Erickson. I'm on from 9 a.m. to noon. And as soon as I get off, I have a meeting with Ken or Deborah, and then I'm I'm listening to Eric. And Eric Erickson, just like I say, I went to Goldberg's and grabbed a bagel. Eric's like, well, I was playing golf with Vice President Pence yesterday, and just so casually, like I was like, yeah, I went through McDonald's drive-through. That was the way Eric referenced to golf. Who's a better golfer, Eric, you or Vice President Pence?
Oh, him, definitely.
Yeah.
Although once he left, I got good, so when he came back to me, I told him he had to leave because he was bad luck.
That's fantastic. All right, since we've hijacked your show, Eric, folks get on your text message list. What do we got to do?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you text Eric to 33777, you can find all that stuff. But yeah, look, honestly, I'm happy. I'm literally on 2 hours of sleep. Haven't had anything to eat since about 7 o'clock last night. The power went out, and I was up, had to record the national show and do this show. So I got 2 hours of sleep, no shower, and no food.
Does Uber, forgive my ignorance, does Uber Eats function in Macon? I'd be happy to send you some grub right now.
Well, so it does now, but I haven't wanted to even attempt to do that getting into the building where I am because they've kind of locked down the building today. So I've got a special pass I can get in. So Uber Eats couldn't get in if they wanted to.
Eric, one more follow-up. If I want to buy a building or bill a building, who should I contact?
Absolutely. First Liberty. Go to firstlibertyga.com.
I just want to make sure Eric gets the plug. Yeah, listen, he was so generous, Clark. He's so generous with his time. I mean, you can tell I'm a loyal listener to the Eric Erickson show. I know what he's got to hit these posts and get the mentions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
What about steaks? Are we going to talk about steaks?
No, we don't have any steaks right now.
Yeah.
We're trying to find a high-end steak dealer because I would love to tell people about Snake River Farms for money.
Excellent. Chip joins us in Peachtree Corners. Chip, thanks for hanging on, brother. Welcome to the show.
Hey, gentlemen, I appreciate you putting me on. Hey, I experienced something along the line of what you guys discussed earlier with a catastrophic weather-related insurance loss. And I'd like to just share real quickly how I handled it.
Go ahead.
Here.
Okay, so anyway, I had a mortgage on my home. I was involved in the infamous Dunwoody tornado disaster of 1998. I had the fear of Clark put in me, I have to admit, so I'm going to tip my hat to Clark Howard. I had a substantial amount of money paid from the insurance company. That amount of money was given to the escrow services or whatever at the mortgage company. So I reached out to the mortgage company, and I had never dealt with anything of that type. So I asked them, how do I go about repairing my home and, releasing these funds? Well, I was told, you just get one person to do this and the next guy to do that. And I had the fear of Clark, as I mentioned. I was afraid of somebody getting in there and getting that money and not doing the job. So, long story short, fellas, I repaired the house out of my pocket. The mortgage company has no concern of who fixes it or how, just as long as it's repaired properly. So, some of it was sweat equity, a little paint and a little patch, things I could do on my own. When the home was repaired, I reached out to the mortgage company. They sent an inspector to my home. They said it's repaired properly, and they released that money to me directly. The amount of money they released directly to me was $9,010 more than I expended to repair the home. So that summer, I painted and patched, and I made $9,000 for my efforts, and my home was fixed perfectly.
How about that, Clark?
So, what's so fun about your story, see, Mark and I can't relate because we couldn't do our own home repairs.
Yes.
But the other thing is that most of the time, the complaints I'm hearing is that insurance has not reimbursed enough money for the repairs that a home needs. You were 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000.
Made money on this
that
deal.
You made money on the deal. That is not normal, and it's all because you took the bull by the horns and you did the work yourself. And Mark and I will be over tomorrow to learn how to do homework from you because you and I couldn't do any of that.
Can I humble brag for a second?
Yeah.
So prior getting ready for the storm, I thought, let me make sure my gutters are good. And sure enough, there was a gutter that was clogged, one of the drain pipes at the bottom of the gutters. And I yelled into Maya, Maya, give me a butter knife. I got to unclog this drain. So I took a butter knife and I unclogged the spout. And I felt so accomplished that, with a butter knife, I was
How many feet up on a ladder were you?
No, it was the downspout that at the bottom of the ground.
Oh,
yeah,
but I'm like,
it was
man,
all clogged up with junk, and I was like, all right, this is what it feels like to be a real man, to be able to unclog it.
I thought the punchline was going to be you made your wife do it.
No,
I was thinking that too. It's so funny. I thought the same thing. I thought you were telling a joke.
Like, she puts together stuff. Like, if we buy something that needs to be assembled, she handles that. But this time I took charge with a butter knife. The tool of the
very
everyman.
impressed.
Thank you, sir. Mark Arum, Clark Howard, Eric Erickson live with you till 3 in the afternoon. Don't forget, after the 2 p.m. news, I am going to give you a keyword of the day. We're bringing it back in the 2 o'clock hour, the 5K a day bonus splits, your chance to win $1,000. Last we checked, we had a red alert on 75 in Northwest Atlanta. What's the latest, Veronica Harrell?
150 in the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Same thing, Mark. Unfortunately, red alert still happening. A really bad crash, multi-vehicle crash. 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. All lanes are shut down. Again, a red alert has all lanes closed. 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. You're looking at tough delays already starting back before Moores Mill Road. Think about using 41 Northside Drive to get you over into Atlanta. Now, this report is brought to you by Affordable Dentures and Implants. Get your smile back. Affordable Dentures and Implants in the Atlanta area make new smiles affordable every day. Call 1-800-DENTURE for the location near you. Affordable Dentures and Implants. Go ahead and smile. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
Helene Hits.
Quite a bit of damage with regards to the flash flooding.
We do have a tree down. The impact.
Hospitals knocked out, backup generators out.
And what comes next?
So we've got a massive response ahead of us.
Stay with 95.5 WSB to stay up to date.
Continue to be weather aware.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
Scott Slade here. When we talk about our health, I think it's pretty important to talk about what's most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put it off. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 678-369-0202. That's 678-369-0202. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Democrats are spreading lies and misinformation about abortion, and it's putting women's lives at risk. There is no law in the state of Georgia that blocks life-saving care for women or treating complications after abortion. But because of reckless misinformation from politicians like Kamala Harris and the media, Candy Miller was afraid to seek the medical care that she needed, deserved, and could have gotten. Doctors failed to save Amber Thurman with an operation that would have been 100% legal. And both women died after taking dangerous abortion drugs that liberal politicians say are safer than Tylenol. Candy and Amber should still be alive, but Democrats are lying about women's health, and their misinformation is deadly. Women Speak Out PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Women Speak Out PAC, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.wsopac.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Sadly, our hearts are heavy as we report 2 deaths, one in Catawba County due to a motor vehicle collision on a flooded roadway, and one in Charlotte due to a tree falling on a home.
Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. We are not talking about North Carolina as a battleground state. Politics pushed aside today. We're talking about the track of the deadly Hurricane Helene. 11 dead here in Georgia, I believe, Eric Erickson. 21 deaths in total right now in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. And sadly, we do expect that number to rise as the day goes on.
Yeah, it just, I mean, sad numbers, particularly down in South Georgia. The crops devastated, the toll on the farmers that were already hit down there. And this is harvest season as well. You've got the peanut crops, pecans starting to come off the trees, and the cotton. The pecans weather the storm kind of well because even the strong winds tend not to shake them off the trees. But for the cotton and the peanuts, the fields are flooded.
Indeed. And Deborah, what was the website again for to if you want to donate to the local?
Thefarmfund.org.
Farmfund.
Thefarmfund.org.
Thefarmfund.org. Yeah, and we expect federal money to come in, right, Eric, to help folks out, but it's a struggle.
Slow coming.
Yeah, and it's so far as we can tell, the biggest devastation has been in South Georgia, the Valdosta area. I mean, we got hit pretty hard here in the metro area. Some places up to 20 inches of rain. Still dealing with trees down and power outages. So please stay safe out there and stay with WSB Radio throughout the day and the evening for coverage here on 95.5 WSB. Let's see. So Clark stepped out. I want to make sure we don't get a call that we can't answer, Eric. Let's try this one. You and I can put our heads together and come up with an answer for Sam in Lake City. Sam, what's your question, brother?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yes, I have a question. Just recently you had a lady calling about a tree on her property. I
Yeah.
believe it was her property or on
maybe,
somebody's
yeah.
property. All right, I have the same issue. There's a vacant house where I live, and then the lot behind the house has grown so bad, and there is a tree that is hanging over in my property, almost over my bedroom. So I'm a little leery. Can I go ahead and get somebody to cut that tree down because it's over in my property, or do I have to go legally?
Yeah. Look, I don't practice law anymore, but this is kind of one of those law school 101 hypotheticals. That tree is on their property.
Yes, sir, it's on theirs,
so,
but it's leaning
yeah,
on mine.
They need to take care of it. However, I do believe you can trim it, but you can't cut it down because it's not on your property. What you can do, however, is send them a letter and tell them that they need to cut it down because it's in danger of falling. And if it does fall on your property, they're legally obligated to fix you, make you whole.
Okay. Well, I did call Lake City, their main office, and they told me about the same thing, but you would think they would know who the property owner is in Lake City.
They should know who the property owner is, and it's not that hard to find. If you pull up the lot number, the tax assessor's office would know exactly who it is and the address for that
Sounds
person.
like a blighted property there. I had something similar. One of my trees branches was hanging over on my neighbor's property. He was like, "Hey, just a heads up, I'm going to trim this branch down." I was like, "Oh, thanks, brother."
Yeah, we've actually got some pine trees on our property line. I was worried. I mean, that's what kept me up last night is I was worried about those two pine trees because they're not on my lot. My neighbor is actually my law school professor. I've been meaning to tell him, Dave, I sure wish you'd cut down those two pine trees because they stand. If you got a cluster of trees together, when a hurricane comes through, you tend to be okay because the trees together kind of block each other from the wind. But when you've got a solid sole pine tree with nothing around it, those are the ones that snap. And pine trees rarely fall over; they snap.
Well, Dave's listening, so the message was served to your neighbor, Dave, there. All right, Sabrina. Bill Caiaccio standing by with news, weather, and traffic. We'll come back, continue our coverage, Helene, and I'm going to give a keyword in the 5K day bonus splits. That's next on WSB.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
When is the last time you paid less but got more in return? It happens every day if you or a loved one has Medicare Advantage. $0 copays and an average of $2,500 less out of pocket annually, but more benefits like dental, hearing, and vision. More prevention and screenings to keep people healthy. More care for less money. No wonder 33 million seniors choose Medicare Advantage. Visit MedicareAdvantageMajority.org to learn more. Paid for by Medicare Advantage Majority.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. Georgia takes a devastating blow from Hurricane Helene.
It was a very hard hit.
The storm leaves a trail of destruction, and the cleanup is now underway with Helene out of Georgia. Let's get an update now from WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, who's been following this storm throughout the day and night in the storm center.
So statewide, this is what southwest Georgia and southeast Georgia experienced. Alma experienced a 91-mile-per-hour wind gust. Valdosta, 96-mile-per-hour wind gust. And a little further away from home, Savannah, 76-mile-per-hour wind. Here, Alpharetta, 55-mile-per-hour wind gust this morning. And downtown Atlanta at the Mercedes-Benz reached 47 miles per hour this morning. Now, with regards to the rain, 20 inches of rain fell since Wednesday at midnight in the Peachtree Creek at Buford Highway area, and officially at the Atlanta Airport, 11 inches of rain, Bill. So that's why we're recovering over the course of not only today, but for this weekend.
Absolutely. So all that rain means some flooding. So Governor Kemp announces today that 11 people have died in this state.
Among those killed was a first responder.
I would ask all Georgians, like the Kemp family's doing, to keep these folks and these communities in your thoughts and prayers.
Governor Brian Kemp says Valdosta is one of the hardest hit parts of our state, where crews have identified
115 structures that are heavily damaged that we know there are multiple people trapped inside.
Kemp urges Georgians to stay off the roads today and stay patient if you're waiting for your power to return. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
There is a lot of cleaning up to do.
This is WSB's Veronica Waters. In just a few yards away from the Isaacson VA Atlanta Regional Office on North Decatur Road, there were trees that had blocked the entire street here. A Georgia DOT crew has been out here for about close to 3 hours because cars were unable to pass by. Now, interestingly enough, there are no outages in this area, just a lot of leaves down mostly, except for where these trees were. They've been out here for several hours cutting up the tree. They've got a skidster that's moving the chainsawed limbs out of the street, and traffic is actually flowing very, very well right now here on North Decatur Road in Decatur.
Power outages are widespread across Georgia. About 46,000 outages. Customers are now out in the metro Atlanta area, but it is a lot worse in other parts of the state.
Compared with, for example, Augusta. Augusta right now has about 95% of their customers without power.
Georgia Power CEO Kim Green says another area hard hit is South Georgia. Several lives are saved today in Atlanta as floodwaters rise.
And we've had swift recovery by Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to be able to do about 20 rescues to save people with boats as well as to get them out of their cars, and some were in their apartments. We've rescued pets and entire families.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens is asking people to be patient as the cleanup work continues. The storm is now hitting the Carolinas. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says areas around Asheville, Flat Rock, and Charlotte are getting the worst of it.
The priority now is saving lives. Helene is causing life-threatening flash flooding, numerous landslides, and downed trees, causing power outages.
President Biden has approved emergency requests in Georgia, Florida, North, and South Carolina. Check in often for the latest on cleanup efforts and the aftermath of Tropical Storm Helene. Your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB, and on the WSB radio app. It is 2:03, and up next, live team coverage of traffic and weather.
At City of Hope, we are driven to stop lung cancer, to respond to its every change, its every mutation with a new treatment approach, to meet the most complex cases with the latest innovations, to analyze cancer down to its DNA, then fight it with the newest surgical, radiation, and immunotherapies, to never give up, so you can be driven by hope. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Hey, it's Christina Edwards. Recently, I found a few cracks in the wall both inside and outside my home. I've always heard that may be a sign of damage to my home's foundation, so I called my friends at American Crawl Space Solutions. Turns out it was natural settling, and I didn't need to repair it. I was impressed by their service and approach of educating me without pressure and sales games. And that's why American Crawl Space Solutions is your best value in foundation repair.
American Crawl Space Solutions. Foundations too.
Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Sell your home for maximum value without the stress of listing your home on the market. It's Eric Erickson here. Fall's a busy time. Trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you skip the hassle, receive an all-cash offer, and you close within days. No showings, no open houses. The best part, no stress. With over 12,000 five-star reviews, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home quickly and for the most money. Go to markspain.com, find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and start packing.
When it rains, it pours. It's not a matter of if it's going to storm, it's when. Hi, this is Candace with Excavations, and have I got a tip for you. There are only a few things you can be certain of living in Georgia. The weather is absolutely uncertain. Storms are coming, and with that, the storm chasers blew in. You know, the ones that show up, canvass your neighborhood for a free inspection, make deals that are too good to be true, tell you all the neighbors are doing it, and then once they're done, they're gone like the wind. Everyone says they offer a lifetime warranty, but it only lasts as long as the company's in town. At Excavations, we will install your roof on time, on budget, and without all that stress that you usually hear about in construction, which means we stand behind our warranties. We provide you with written documentation, and we will be here to weather the next storm. So let it rain. We've got you covered. Visit exovations.com to schedule your free consultation today.
It is 2:06 and time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And in the 24-hour traffic center, here is Veronica Harrell.
afternoon to you, Bill, but also still a red alert. Very serious crash, multi-vehicle wreck, 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. Exit 252 currently has all lanes shut down. Again, a red alert, 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. Exit 252, multi-vehicle crash has all lanes blocked. As a matter of fact, if you're traveling on 75, you're being taken off at Moores Mill Road, which is exit 254. I say avoid all of it. Go ahead and use 41 Northside Drive to try to get you into Atlanta. This report brought to you by ExpressPros.com. Hire for logistic roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more. Then supply you the workforce you need. Visit ExpressPros.com for a location. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. The sunshine has returned for many of us here in the metro region, in and out of the clouds, and perhaps a few areas of light rain showers late tonight, lows in the low 60s. Tomorrow, partly to mostly cloudy, an isolated rain shower can't be ruled out, high 75, and sunshine on Sunday, high 78.
And right now, 72 in Kennesaw and Union City. It's 70 in Lawrenceville. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, friends, your 5K a day bonus blitz keyword is holiday. HOLIDAY, holiday. Enter the keyword holiday into the WSB Radio app or go to WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 2:30 for your chance to win $1,000. Again, the bonus blitz keyword is holiday. HOLIDAY, holiday. Good luck. All right, now we got that out of the way. Happy to get the bonus blitz up and off the pad. Again, Mark Arum and Eric Erickson along with Clark Howard as our special coverage continues of Helene and its impact here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. And really, Eric, the bigger story is this was a 159-county disaster in all of Georgia. The heaviest damage apparently in South Georgia, the Valdosta area. Mostly here in Metro Atlanta, we're dealing with flooding and high winds and everything that's associated with that.
Yeah, look, the furthest I've actually seen the Georgia Power map of where the power outages are, and you can really trace the storm based on where they've still got 80 to 90% power outages, and it just credit to them and to the EMCs for the amount of work they're doing to try to get this on. And, you know, this goes back to something you and Clark and I were talking about earlier with these models. The National Weather Service model is a pretty good model for where it tracks. Had it done what the National Weather Service said, we would have gotten really, I mean, the line literally went over our home on their model up to 100-mile-an-hour winds, would have gotten all the way up to Atlanta. Thankfully, though, it started drifting to the east for me at least, but for so many people, it's just a brutally devastating storm all the way up north of I-16 into the Dublin area, Sandersville, Swainsboro. Got a lot of people without power, a lot of homes torn up, lost lives, 11 so far. Just a powerful, powerful storm. Even I'm getting messages, by the way, from listeners I have in Augusta saying that some of them are still without power. You've got a lot of trees down in Augusta. It just got way harder hit than Atlanta or Macon.
All right, and as Helene now is up through the Carolinas along the East Coast, the cleanup starts in earnest here in Metro Atlanta. And despite all the expert advice I've been giving you since 10 a.m., I am no home fix-it expert. That man is Dave Baker, who joins us live from Parts Unknown. Dave, good afternoon. How are you, buddy?
Holiday. Did I win? Did I win?
Yes, you got to enter it at the WSB Radio app. Dave, thanks so much for your time. I mean, and this is, Dave, if you obviously the long-running Home Fix-It show here on WSB Radio, Dave has agreed to happily take any calls or questions you might have about any damage that might have occurred to your home. So if you have a question for the Home Fix-It expert, the phone lines are open at 404-872-0750. Before we get to the litany of calls for you, Dave, how did you survive the storm, and what do you expect most folks to be dealing with post-Helene?
I survived it rather well. I live in an area that doesn't get a lot. I mean, we get a lot of rain, but we're kind of secluded from the wind a little bit. We're in a little bit of a hill, so all we had to deal with was water. And I'm afraid that this is going to be a huge learning experience for people, and it can be a difficult one as far as protecting your home. All right? I mean, if you know you've got problems with your home, but you don't ever do anything about it because, hey, what are the odds? Well, the odds were pretty good this time, and I think it's a huge learning experience. I think from right where you are now, you've got to go out and determine what's wrong with your house. You have to go out and walk around your house, determine what is wrong, and if there's more than one thing, then it's time to figure out, put them in an order. You know, is it my roof? To me, you work from the top down. If you got a hole in your roof, that's your biggest problem. All right. Second biggest problem would probably be water in the basement. Then the lack of electrical. I know a lot of people don't have electricity. Believe it or not, I think you can live without electricity for a while, more so than a leaky roof or a leaky basement. So you kind of have to prioritize those things, Mark.
If you don't see a hole in your roof on the outside or missing shingles or whatever, but you might be concerned that some water's getting in, do folks need to get up in the attic and check it out and see if anything's leaking?
Exactly. You need to get up there, walk around with your flashlight, look for wet insulation, look for wet spots on the ceiling, which would be the floor of your attic. If you just wait for it to show up over the kitchen and in the drywall, could be a year. It takes a long time for water to work its way through drywall. So it's not like it's going to be there tonight and you're going to see it in the morning. Okay, so you need to get up there and look around. And ironically, the best time to do that is while it's raining. You can get up there with your flashlight and look around while it's raining to see if the rain is getting in the house. So, you know, it's kind of that's what I mean. It's a learning experience. You know, but it's good to get up there. It's good to get out and look and see, is your basement or your crawl space, is it wet? Because you need to stop the problem before you can fix the damage that's done.
So, Dave Baker, I'm obsessed with everybody having drones now, that you fly a drone up during daylight and check the roof out. And so many people have them. This is what the insurers do.
If you know what you're looking for, that's a great thing. There's quite a few roofers out there that will come give you a roof analysis. And Clark Howard, this speaks right to you, buddy. It's free. You can get a free roof analysis, and they won't, because they know what they're looking for. Yeah. I could fly a drone over my house and maybe not see what they're looking for, but they can do it. It only takes like 10 minutes of your time. It's free, and you just go from there. That's the greatest thing that roofers ever offer is the free roof analysis.
Dave, we got a question from Eric in Macon.
Yes.
Eric, you're on the show.
So should we all just keep a tarp in our garage and nails just in case? Because, I mean, you hear all these horror stories. And thank God nothing happened to our house last night, but I was laying in bed all night awake listening to the snapping limbs and wondering, I mean, if something happened, I don't even think I've got a tarp to be able to get up there, let alone get up there in the middle of the storm to hammer something. I also believe our company has some sort of policy on me that keeps me from climbing ladders.
That's the thing. Do you want to get up there in the wet with a tarp over your shoulder, not knowing what to do? One of the biggest problems with trees falling on people's roof is that people call the roofers. The roofers can't get that tree off a roof. You need to call the tree people. They're the ones that own all the tarps, okay? If you get tree problem on your roof, call the tree guy out there. He'll get the tree off the roof, put a tarp on it. Then you can call the roofer, and he'll come and do all the repair work.
I'm going to go buy a tarp regardless, though. I think that's a good idea, Eric. You can always find a use for a tarp.
That could be a new business. I could have, next week's guest, Eric's Tarps.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could make my wife climb up there. She knows how to use a hammer.
Well, there you go. That problem solved.
All right, Home Fix It show expert Dave Baker. Listen, this guy works 2 hours a week. The fact that he's here on a Friday off day, 3 hours a week, he's here to answer your calls.
Every week.
Every week he works 3 hours, but he's here to give out his expert home fix-it advice. 404-872-0750. Doug joins us in Social Circle. Doug, what's your question for Diamond Dave Baker?
Hey, Dave. How are you?
Hey, Doug. Doing well. Say hi to my friend Eric.
Eric, good afternoon. Out here in Social Circle, we dodged a bullet. We didn't have too much trouble. But down in my basement, I have a 10-year-old house. The basement is poured concrete walls, and right in the corner, about eye level, there's some sort of leak. It's water oozing, just kind of making the concrete wet, coming down the wall. And I can't imagine that you would want an amateur to fix something like that. I was wondering if you have a contractor in mind, anything or any advice. You tell me.
Yeah, if you were in that situation, there's probably thousands of people like you that are in that situation, including basement waterproofers. They're probably backed up now. You need to call one. There are several out there that are very good. Call one and get on their list. They may say it'll be 3 weeks, but at least get on their list and then go down there by yourself. All you want to do is stop that. Get some of that Flex Seal stuff or Dam Tide or duct tape, something to stop that leak. The problem with concrete basements, whether they're poured or block, is that they're going to leak. Eventually, no matter how lucky you've been, knock on wood, they're going to leak when they get enough water on them, and there's really nothing you can do except to get a basement waterproofer in there to fix that. But until they get there, you need to stop that. So, get a can of that Flex Seal or, some Dam Titus paint, cementitious paint. We all know what duct tape is. Whatever it takes to stop that water from coming in, you need to do that first while you're waiting for the basement waterproofer to come out.
Doug, Dave, I'm assuming at your website you have some links to some folks that you might recommend. What's your website for the folks that don't know?
Definitely. TheHomeFixItPage.com. You can go to TheHomeFixItPage.com. No matter what happened to you during the storm, you can find a company that will help you, from an electrician to a basement waterproofer to a heating and air company, a roofer, whatever it is. You can find it at TheHomeFixItPage.com. Let me throw this in real quick, Mark. If you've got water in your basement, like real serious water in your basement, and that's where your heating and air system is, or your water heater, that's a problem because the insulation around that gets wet, and that unit almost becomes unusable at that point. You need to get an HVAC guy or a plumber out there if your basement unit is caught up in the basement flood or something along those lines. That's big trouble.
Excellent advice as always. Deborah's in Sandy Springs. Deborah, welcome to the show.
Hey, I have a question for Dave. The utility pipe penetrations through my foundation wall are all leaking. I have spray foam that's 27 years old surrounding that. I'm thinking the spray foam probably is not the best solution to go around those penetrations. What is?
Where is it? It's leaking into your house or into your crawl space? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's the foundation wall where the gas pipe, water pipe, utility pipes come through the foundation wall in the basement are leaking.
Got it.
And it's got
Believe it or not,
that old spray foam.
Yeah, that old spray foam is a pretty good thing to use to stop those leaks. You may have to get in there if it's old and it's maybe got some critter gnawing on it, or it's developed some leaks in it. You can chip it out or saw it out and just put in some new spray foam. That's a pretty good thing to use in that situation.
Spray foam to the rescue. I've used it a number of times myself. More questions for Dave.
Seriously? You've really done it yourself?
I've seen someone do it.
Okay. I just want to make sure
I've seen
the record straight.
Yes, I've seen someone use the spray foam. Dave Baker, you can't even imagine what we're having to pay Dave Baker to work on a Friday, folks. So let's take full advantage of his expertise and his knowledge.
He had to leave the golf course.
That's exactly right. Dave's going to answer more of your calls at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK, as we start the recovery process of Helene. And I'll tell you what, nothing would be better than to add $1,000 into your checking account to help with any repairs that you might need. A reminder, the 5K a day bonus blitz keyword is holiday, HOLIDAY, holiday. Enter holiday into the WSB Radio app or go to WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 2:30 for your chance to win $1,000. Again, the 2 p.m. keyword is holiday, HOLIDAY, holiday. Not a holiday on 75 in Northwest Atlanta. Let's go to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. Get the latest from Veronica Harrell.
This is a traffic red alert from 95.5 WSB.
A 220 in the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. And Mark, you are right. This is a really bad crash, folks. It's been going on now for close to 45 minutes. It's a multi-vehicle crash. Red alert, 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. All lanes are shut down. again. Red alert, serious crash, 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. All lanes are blocked. As a matter of fact, if you get on 75, you're going to be taken off at Moores Mill Road, exit 254. I say avoid 75 altogether. Use 41 Northside Drive over into Atlanta. And this report brought to you by WeBuyAnyCar.com. Avoid the hassle of selling privately or dealing with a dealer. We Buy Any Car is the fast and fair way to sell. Get your car's valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell.
And I'm Monica Pearson. Dale and I have worked together for years, first at WSB, and today helping you find Georgia's best companies and sharing why they're the best.
Monica, one of the first companies I researched and recommended is AMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. For more than a dozen years, they've consistently met my 7-point standard and honored my Make It Right guarantee. And I know you believe in AMCO just as much as I do.
Dale, over the years, we've both reported about people getting taken advantage of. So I'm keenly aware what it takes to deliver not just great performance, but great customer service. People who follow my advice literally stop me on the street and thank me for referring them to AMCO.
We all need mechanics we can trust for correct diagnosis, efficient repair, and fair price. Not just for transmission repair, but engines, brakes, check engine lights, and so much more. Call the locally owned AMCO near you.
And I know their nationwide warranty protects you everywhere.
That's AA.
MCO.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
This is Coach Mark Richt, and I love Georgia. That's why I retired here after 35 years of coaching. I always support great Georgia companies like EMC Security. They protect my home and family, and if you don't use them to protect your home, you should. They're part of this community and they care about it. They install incredible security products, provide great service, and are more affordable than any other company I looked at. So give them a call or visit them online at emcsecurity.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Democrats are spreading lies and misinformation about abortion, and it's putting women's lives at risk. There is no law in the state of Georgia that blocks life-saving care for women or treating complications after abortion. But because of reckless misinformation from politicians like Kamala Harris and the media, Candy Miller was afraid to seek the medical care that she needed, deserved, and could have gotten. Doctors failed to save Amber Thurman with an operation that would have been 100% legal. And both women died after taking dangerous abortion drugs that liberal politicians say are safer than Tylenol. Candy and Amber should still be alive, but Democrats are lying about women's health, and their misinformation is deadly. Women Speak Out PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Women Speak Out PAC. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.wsopac.com.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
.95.5 WSB, your 2024 election station.
226 on our special coverage of Hurricane Helene on 95.5 WSB. Mark Arum and Eric Erickson with you till 3, joined by the the famous host of the Home Fix-It show, Dave Baker, answering your questions on Helene cleanup at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. William's in Logan. Oh, I just hung up on Dave Baker. William, while we get Dave Baker back on the line, what's your question?
Yes. Good afternoon, sirs. How y'all doing?
Excellent, brother. What's cooking?
My question is for Dave and Clark. At my home, my house sits in the middle between two houses, and there's fences that kind of segregate our homes. But the house to my right, the fence is like damaged. You know, the owners on the right-hand side have old-grown pine trees, and the fence is damaged. And I'm just trying to see who is responsible for fixing that side of the fence. Try to contact the homeowner association. They, giving me the runaround. I'm just trying. I hang up and listen. I'm just trying to find out.
Don't hang up yet, William, because I'm not sure Dave got the full question.
Okay.
Dave, picket fence issues from William in Loganville.
Hey, Dave, how you doing, sir?
Good. How are you? Well, I know how you are.
I'm good. I'm good.
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah. I'm just trying to.
If something comes down, if a tree comes down on your house from his yard, your insurance company's you take that to your insurance company. That's not his, unless it's a diseased tree and you've got lots of documentation. That's not on him. That's on you. You'll file that with your insurance company. Then the insurance companies will duke it out without you involved. Basically, they'll take it up with each other at that point. This is where it really pays to have good relationship with your neighbors.
Yeah.
Because you need to, if it's on his property, there's really not much you can do about it other than urge him to take care of it. Or, if you want to do it out of your own pocket and he says okay, then that's your option. But you really need to be good friends with your neighbor in this situation.
Yeah, no tree came down. I'm talking about the fence that divides. My property's in the middle, and the fence divides my property and the other property on the left hand side.
Who put the fence up?
Who put the fence up, William?
When I bought the home, I'm assuming it was already put up. It's kind of segregates my home and the two homes to my right and the left.
Yeah, we got a lawyer right here.
Well, yeah, I don't practice law anymore, and so they don't like me giving legal advice, but I would say that if it is right on the property line, if they didn't put it up, you need to find out whose fence it is. If it's their fence, they're responsible, but if it's the fence that the prior homeowner put up on your side, then you're responsible for it.
There you go, William. God bless. You got the Home Fix-It guy, you got a lawyer who's not a lawyer, and and Godspeed. But I think Dave had a great point there. Be kind to your neighbors, always. Yes. Right, Eric?
Yeah, listen, you can get a lot solved in your neighborhood when you're kind to your neighbors, and when they're kind to you, they don't report you to the homeowners association.
Bill Cacciatore standing by with news, weather, and traffic. The latest on Helene. When we come back, Dave's going to take more of your Home Fix-It questions as Helene recovery continues. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
Holiday.
Oh, yeah. The keyword, you got 12 seconds. The keyword's holiday. HOLIDAY.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 2:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story, the aftermath of Helene.
This has been a deadly storm. We've had 11 confirmed fatalities.
Governor Kemp says one of those killed is a first responder. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards is live in the Storm Center with us again with a recap of this devastating storm.
Yes, so indeed, here in Metro Atlanta, the wind gusts as high as 55 miles per hour in Alpharetta. 47-mile-per-hour wind gusts registered at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in downtown Atlanta, but the higher winds were in Augusta, which the Augusta airport hit 82 miles per hour. And the highest winds are in southeast Georgia, where it got up as high as 100 miles per hour near Alma. So believe that or not. Also 10 to 20 inches of rainfall from midnight Wednesday through this morning, Bill.
Awesome totals. Thanks, Christina. And we'll check in with Christina with her weekend forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. A close call for a family near Peachtree Creek in Buckhead as the floodwaters rise.
It was a chaotic morning for Atlanta Fire Rescue, where after they responded to one call,
all right, they're going to another one.
They got word of another. On Bowler Road near Peachtree Battle, a couple, their baby, and 2 dogs were rescued from the top of their submerged car. Battalion Chief Scott Seeley.
They were fine, no EMS needed, and we were able to execute a rope rescue and a boat rescue and bring them to safety.
Officials saying they rescued over 25 people across the city during the flash flooding, and other metro counties reported similar problems. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Georgia crops take a big hit.
We're seeing significant damage to agriculture and all commodities, row crops, tree nuts, pecans, poultry houses, timber. Agricultural facilities.
Georgia Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper says power outages have had an impact on farmers.
A lot of facilities, dairies, food processing facilities without power, poultry facilities.
He says the worst of the crop damage is east of I-75. Georgia Power is asking for patience as it works to restore electricity across the state.
After the storm knocked out power to well over 1 million people around the state, Georgia Power's Matthew Kent says it'll take a while to get it restored to everyone.
This was a huge storm, and we are working just as quickly and safely as we can.
But it'll likely last at least through the weekend. Meanwhile, he says be safe as you head out and about today.
Avoid any downlines. Be very careful around flooding. Be very careful around debris.
And give crews extra room if you see them along the road. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
Check back often for the latest on cleanup efforts and the aftermath of Helene on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB and the WSB radio app. We'll have live team coverage of traffic and weather next.
Sell your home for maximum value and skip the hassle with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
The children's music and dance teacher who couldn't cha-cha. I was always on my feet. It was just so painful. Elisa couldn't let her students down. So she stepped up and went to the Good Feet store for personally fitted arch supports. I would work an entire day and my feet didn't hurt at the end of the day. That was when I knew, wow, these are different. But the really good part, it's good to be dancing together again. Stop by or schedule your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Shane Company has been servicing Atlanta for nearly 50 years, and we know exactly how to help you find your dream engagement ring, no matter your budget, and we'll protect it with a free lifetime warranty. Come visit us in Duluth, Alpharetta, or Kennesaw. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It is 2:34 and time for live team coverage of traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. Here's Veronica Harrell.
And still talking about this red alert, folks. This one's going to be out there for a while. 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, already been going on close to an hour. Very serious crash, multi-vehicle. Some cars are flipped over. A car is on top of another car. Please avoid 75 southbound trying to get over into the Midtown area. As a matter of fact, they're taking you off at Moores Mill Road, which is exit 254. Use Northside Drive or 41. Elsewhere, remember, we have a lot of streets that are still flooded out because of storm damage, one including Bolton Road at Marietta Road over in Atlanta. So please avoid that area. This report brought to you by Georgia Aquarium. All month long, explore the haunted seas, taking the spooky sights or trick or treat every weekend. Experience even more chills, thrills, and gills than ever before, all at Georgia Aquarium. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. A mix of sun and clouds for today. Sunset around 7:30. Lows tonight in the low 60s. Tomorrow, partly to mostly cloudy, breezy, high 75. Sunday, partly cloudy, high 78. For tonight, there is a wind advisory through 9 p.m. Wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. So be on the lookout for more falling trees. Also, be on the lookout for any flooded roadways. Remember, never try to drive through flood waters. Turn around, don't drown.
Right now, 73 in Villa Rica, 72 in Lilburn and College Park. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
325 on this special edition of the Mark Arum / Eric Erickson / Home Fix It show with you till 3 p.m. Then the Von Hessler doctrine takes over as we continue our coverage of what was Hurricane Helene.
We've had some 911 disruptions, as you can imagine. There's a lot of 911 facilities. Even the State Operations Center here earlier has had issues with power, and we know that's the case around the state.
Governor Kemp's been providing updates for us all day long on WSB Radio. The sad news is the death toll has risen to 11 here in Georgia, including one first responder. 21 total have perished between Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Eric Erickson continues our team coverage with us. Eric, do you think that number is going to rise, unfortunately, as more folks get out there?
Yeah, I think so. Just to the east of me, the devastation is pretty brutal. And southeast, it gets even worse. There are a lot of trees down, a lot of places that they can't go. They stationed last night from Maryland or Missouri, I think Maryland, cadaver dogs to take down there to sort through the debris. We've got apartment complexes in South Georgia that were hit by tornadoes. We do expect the death toll to rise.
The biggest issue here locally has been the rainfall total. Some areas of Metro Atlanta got over 20 inches of rain over the last 36 hours. Georgia Power doing their best, but still statewide over 655,000 customers without power. Now we start to slide into the cleanup phase, the recovery phase post-Helene. And Dave Baker has been gracious enough to join us and answer your Home Fix It questions at 404-872-0750. I know a lot of folks are worried about damage to their home, what could be coming down the pipe. So now's your chance to bend the ear of an expert. Let's start off with Joy. Oh, by the way, before I get to Joy in Villa Rica, congratulations to Belinda, who won $1,000 in the 5K Day Bonus Blitz. Not Belinda Skelton, by the way.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, it's Belinda in Ackworth. She won $1,000. Yeah, so congratulations, Belinda. All right, let's go to Joy in Villa Rica. Joy, welcome to the show. What's your question for Dave?
Hi, good afternoon. This is not pertaining to the storm. Fortunately, we were not hit by anything of limbs or damage to the house. But with the guest on your show, I thought I'd call in and ask the question, why do my pipes squeal every time the water is turned off, the water pipe?
Oh, squealing pipes, Dave Baker.
Squealing pipes. Before I get to Joy's question, real quick, Mark, God bless those Georgia Power people.
Amen, brother. Amen. The linemen and women, over 10,000, Eric? Is that what John told us? Over 10,000 out there working hard.
24/7. Okay, Joy, you probably have the pressure in your house, the water pressure in your house probably is not what it should be. Easy fix there. You can probably do it yourself, maybe even go to the big box store, get a water pressure meter, hook it up to your back outside spigot. Turn that spigot on. It should read 60 PSI, around there, 55, 60, low 60s, 50 to 63. If it's not there, if it's over 80s, if it's up to 100, your pressure's too high, you got a pressure reducing valve in your house. You can crawl into your house and crank that down a little bit and get it back in, back where it should be. If you've never done this, if you've never gone out, if you know anybody that's never gone to your pressure reducing valve, call a plumber. You don't need to be the first one in however many years you've lived there to be cranking on an old knob, and you never know what's going to happen if it hasn't been serviced in a while. So, but that's what you have. You have a pressure issue, a water pressure issue in your house.
And you said 60 to 65 is the range. And what is that item? It's the pressure. What, how did you label that?
That's the PSI. The
PSI.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah. And you can get one of these meters at a big box store for $20 or less. It's pretty simple, and you can do it and then take the rest of the day off and tell everybody, yeah, I checked my water pressure today. I'm tired.
Relatedly to this isn't storm related, but it's a plumbing question. Mark in Decatur wants to know, he needs a high pressure home flushing system, not this low flow kind of stuff. What can Mark in Decatur do to get a commode that is like industrial strength flush capability?
I'm not really sure. Does Mark in Decatur know where their one is? Because you could just swap it out with with yours. Just stick a wrench in there next time you go.
The big stall here at WSB Radio's got some good pressure on it, and it's got hot water, which I find unique.
I'm still held up on the fact that no one noticed Dave Baker's euphemisms when we're talking about these knobs under the house, and I'm impressed.
Listen, I've worked with Dave for almost 30 years. You let him throw those lines in, and if people catch him, they catch him, but don't draw attention to him.
Listen, Hugh Hefner's been gone a while.
There you go. Jerry in Snellville's got a basement question for Dave Baker. What's cooking, Jerry?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I have an issue with heavy rains like this. I get about 3 inches of water in the basement, and I'm trying to find a way to, if I can waterproof it myself and not get any mildew in the walls, rather than trying to get a contractor. I think the lowest estimate I've gotten is $3,500.
In a word, no. There's really nothing you can. It's very detailed. It's very tough work that they come in. The beautiful part is these people know what they're doing. They'll come in. They actually allow the water into your house, and it feeds over to a sump pump, and it leaves your house. Then they cover it up. You can put flooring on it. You can make it look beautiful. You'll never even know it's there, but it does what it's supposed to do. If you do something, and this, I'm speaking from experience here, if you do something, it ends up looking like you sprayed some Flex Seal and painted some Damn-Tite on it, and it's just not going to look good, and it's going to still leak eventually. A professional will make it not leak anymore. And the problem with the leaking, you maybe get 90% of it to quit leaking, but the other 10%, it's going to lead to mold. And this is a problem for everybody
Hold on
now
a second.
with all this water.
Jerry, are you installing shingles on your roof, Jerry? What are you hammering there?
Oh, sorry, I was taking a dash apart to put in spark plug.
Look at you multitasking. You're on the air, Jerry. Come on. Respect. We'll get to the automotive section in just a second, but let Dave finish his advice here.
I didn't think you guys could hear that. Sorry.
Are you done, Dave? Do we have anything more for Jerry?
One more quick thing. The water that you can't get out of there will turn to mold, can turn to mold in 72 hours. That's all it takes, water to become mold. So everybody that's got water in their house, get your ears up, stop it the best you can, mop it, vacuum it, sponge it out of there, and get on somebody's list to come out and look at it and fix it.
Got that, Jerry?
Got it, thanks.
All right, get back to the spark plugs, brother.
Gotcha.
All right. He's like, I'm going to listen. Dave's going on. I'm going to put in my new spark plugs. All right, Dave, final words of wisdom for folks as they get out and look around their house and see what damage might have been done to their home or property. What do you suggest?
Yes, I'd start at the top. I'd make sure my roof was good. I heard a guy on the radio once says everything you love sits under the roof of your house, and that's true. The next thing would be to get the basement or your crawl space watertight, because the mold, the humidity in the mold, that's a huge problem. So you got a solid roof, you got basement and crawl space sealed up, you're in pretty good shape overall. Then you can start picking at the other things. You can get a generator for your electrical stuff. You can get new gutters for your roof, whatever it is. But you got to stop the water from the top and from the bottom. Then you're pretty good to go, Mark.
Well, final question for you, Dave. You mentioned the big box stores. Folks, after they survey the damage, they're going to run out and try to get stuff. I would imagine things like shop vacs. They're going to go off the shelves really quickly. What are some other things that might be in short supply?
Oh, boy.
Tarps.
Actually, the stuff we really don't need, the Flex Seal, stuff like that, you probably don't need that. I imagine 2x4s are going to go pretty quick. I imagine shingles. People can think they can, there's a couple shingles. I'll crawl out there, like Eric Erickson said. I can crawl out there and put a couple shingles down. No, you can't. Maybe, 1 in 100 people maybe can get one shingle up before they fall off. But I imagine the shingles will go quick. Anything that would get water up is going to go the first out of a big box store.
There you go. All right. Dave Baker, tell the folks your website again so they can get more info and recommendations.
You can get info and information and experts at thehomefixitpage.com. Thehomefixitpage.com.
There you go. A newsletter. We can sign up for the Dave Baker newsletter. That's still a thing.
Or you can type recipes to 36777, and you get Eric's recipe for Hamel Laurent.
I love it.
Absolutely.
Dave, thank you so much for jumping on during the breaking news, brother. Really appreciate your time as always.
My pleasure. One more, real quick. You
Yeah.
can go to my website and email me questions. If you have more questions, send me an email. You can click on Ask Dave up in the right corner. Bang, there we go.
There you go. All right, Dave Baker. You don't understand, Eric. The dude works 3 hours a week, and we were able to get him on.
It's remarkable. I mean, the rest of them, and to be clear, he does actually work. It's just on a golf course, like for himself.
Exactly right. But I don't think he was golfing with the former vice president last week. Just to
That was something I got to do, and I did it badly. It's I play by myself. I don't play with other people, and he made me, and I was as embarrassed as I was very embarrassed.
That's all right.
I don't play well.
Still, well, I'm jealous. That was very cool. Again, congrats to Belinda in Ackworth. She won $1,000 in the 5K a day bonus blitz. I'm usually napping. When's the next bonus blitz? Is it 5 p.m.? 5 p.m. during Von Hessler. Stick around for that. When we come back, we're going to have my tree expert on because I know folks are going to be dealing with a lot of down trees and down limbs, so we'll pick his brain.
Went from knobs to wood.
But first, we are dealing with a traffic red alert in northwest Atlanta.
This is a traffic red alert from 95.5 WSB.
Yeah, Mark, you are correct. It's 246 in the Coolray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Been out there for almost an hour, folks. This is a serious one. It's 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road, exit 252. Again, it's a red alert. You have a multi-vehicle crash. You have, looks like a couple of utility trucks that may have even tipped over. One is on top of a vehicle. That's why it's taking so long. So if you're traveling on 75 southbound, they're taking you off at Moores Mill Road, which is exit 254. Coming out of the Marietta area, Cobb area, use Highway 41. That'll turn into North Side, and then that can get you back and down into Atlanta. But avoid 75 southbound at Howell Mill Road. This report brought to you by True Natural Gas. Bigfoot, aliens, and dragons probably aren't true. They certainly aren't local. To see something both local and true, visit TrueNaturalGas.com. They're a local company with honest pricing and truly low rates. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
What do you do to get stimulating conversation?
You don't go after a woman's dumb.
What do you do to get a unique opinion?
2 + 2 = 4.
Now, you can start listening to the Von Hessler Doctrine at work.
The WSB lawyers were hardcore on Eric about that.
Yeah.
And continue on your drive home.
Then go back and clarify.
The Von Hessler Doctrine.
Today.
Now starting at 3 p.m.
I think it's going to be good for the country.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
They were able to get out of the vehicle and get on top of the vehicle. Once they got on top of the vehicle and we arrived, we were able to hook up a system to where we could lower the boat over to them because the current is very strong.
Not something we're used to seeing inside the perimeter. Swift Water Rescue. That was Scott Seeley, captain for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. Some amazing swiftwater rescues, really some remarkable efforts by their first responders out there as we deal with Helene. She slammed the Florida coast as a Category 4, hit South Georgia as a Category 2, and then dumped tons of rain and knocked down tons of trees here in Metro Atlanta. Mark Arum and Eric Erickson live with you just for the next couple of minutes. My buddy Jimmy Heath from Heath Tree Service, he's been out there working his tail off and his crew, helping folks with these down trees and down limbs, and he was able to give us a couple of minutes here just to offer advice for homeowners that might be dealing with it. Jimmy, good afternoon. Thanks for squeezing us in, brother. How are you holding up?
We're doing pretty well, Mark. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so day breaks, folks get outside their house and they notice a big tree in their driveway or on their lawn or, God forbid, on their roof. What's the checklist of things that homeowners need to do when you're dealing with down trees or limbs?
Well, first thing to do is make sure that there are no electrical service lines in the area. If so, stay out of the area. It could be still energized. The tree could be energized. So therefore, we want everyone to remain safe.
Gotcha. And if a tree's down, it's not a tree on your property. Let's say it's a tree that is on public property but falls into your yard. 311, is that who you call if there's a tree down on a property that is owned by the government or the local municipality?
Well, I would call 811 most likely.
Okay.
Yes, 811. But typically the way Georgia law works, if a tree falls onto your property, it then becomes your responsibility in storm situations because it's otherwise known as an act of God.
Oh, so if a tree falls down, it's a tree that you don't own, but it's on government land, but it falls into your front yard, that's then your responsibility?
Yes, that is.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't understand it, but that's the way Georgia law is written. And so therefore, we tell a lot of homeowners in circumstances where you're concerned about your neighbor's trees, always hire an arborist such as ourselves, a certified arborist, to come out to do, tree inspections or tree evaluations. That way you can make note of it and notify your neighbor, hey, I'm concerned about this tree. It potentially leans towards my house. Then you can take measures to put responsibility back on the homeowner next door.
Jimmy Heath, Heath Tree Service, joining us live on WSB Radio. Jimmy, we had the Attorney General on earlier warning about scams when it comes to folks knocking on doors that want to fix your roof, repair your roof, et cetera, et cetera. Do folks have to worry about, tree trimming scammers too?
Absolutely. It's sad, but our industry is no different than some of the others. And unfortunately, in situations like this, a lot of tree contractors will take advantage of either the homeowner or the insurance company. They raise their rates and they mark it up pretty significantly, and it's price gouging for sure.
What's the time frame now? So obviously Helene just blew through Georgia, up in the Carolinas now. Do you expect tree issues to still continue through the weekend? More trees will continue to fall?
I think so, and simply because of soil saturation. With the amount of rain that we had, the ground is so incredibly saturated that tree roots that anchor these trees simply just can't hold themselves up. And we're still getting pretty good, 20-mile, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts every now and then, all the way through this afternoon. And so, there's still the potential for tree failure.
Speaking of tree failure, let's suppose, Jimmy, that a tree hasn't fallen, but it's leaning pretty bad in my backyard with the soggy soil. What should folks do preemptively to take care of an issue like that?
Well, that's exactly what we're doing for one of our customers now. Is a tree is threatening a home, and we've had to come out and thankfully there's other trees in the area where we can use equipment and rigging tools and heavy-duty ropes that will support the tree. We'll secure it, tie it off, and anchor it, and then we'll come back in with a crane and lift it out later.
There you go. Jimmy, great insight. Thanks for your time. Stay safe. Tell your crew to stay safe, my friend.
Mark, thank you. You guys do the same.
All right, Jimmy Heath from Heath Tree Service. Eric Erickson, we only got a couple minutes left, brother.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Mark. I just actually a friend of mine just texted me this to say if people are headed out of town this weekend, particularly if you're headed north, check the roads. I-40 east of Asheville, North Carolina, no longer exists as of 15 minutes ago.
What?
I-40 east after Asheville, they've had a mudslide in the last 30 minutes. It has wiped out all lanes of that interstate, east and westbound.
That's wow. All right, thanks for the update there. And I would imagine a lot of Dog Nation heading out west to Alabama as well this weekend for the big.
All the roads around Murphy, North Carolina as well. I know a lot of people in Atlanta have mountain houses up there. All the major highways around Murphy are shut down. Those roads are wiped out as well.
Goodness gracious. Thanks for getting that on, Eric. As we wrap things up, any words of advice for folks moving forward as we continue the cleanup from Helene?
Yeah, honestly, the water is going to keep rising. And this goes to something Christine Edwards was saying earlier. Just because the clouds are gone and you got blue sky now, all that water is going to go somewhere. It's going to go into the creeks and the rivers over the next 2 or 3 days. So still be very careful out there over the weekend and try not to be out and about in those sorts of areas if you can, because the first responders need to be worried about people who need to be rescued in power and not you because, well, you decided you could cross the stream.
Yeah, good advice. Again, we're not out of the danger zone now, and obviously we're going to get more information throughout the day and the evening about the damage that Helene did do. Eric, you were gracious enough to gift us your time slot today.
Man, look, I'm glad you did this because I literally got 2 hours last night.
Go to
with
sleep.
The storm,
but
so
if folks want to catch your national show that you recorded, is there a way for folks to go back and listen to that?
Yeah, if you go to ericerickson.com, we got a 24/7 live stream. You can get the podcast as well.
Does Chuck get paid today? Is this a paid day for Chuck?
He's off. He took off today. His parents came in to visit.
Oh, good for him. All right, Eric, bless you. Thanks so much for your support today, brother. Yeah, don't change the dial, folks. We got you here. We're here for you. We've been doing this for over 100 years. We're going to keep on doing it. Any information you need, we're going to be here to help keep you safe and informed. All the latest at WSBRadio.com. It's the weekend. I'll be active on social media throughout the weekend if you want to follow me. It's at Mark Arum, MarkArum. News, weather, and traffic next.